Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Youth Impact Parliament. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the executive director of the movement. Endow members of Parliament in discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of this Youth Parliament, the interests and wishes of members may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our Youth Parliament, fair as it might be, a fraternity of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbour, a fraternity of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a fraternity of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a fraternity of peace, where the Youth Parliament shall rest on the will of its members and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming duty of Youth Impact Parliament, Ghana, and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, you may resume your seat. Honourable members, I welcome you all to the second sitting of the first session of the third Parliament of Youth Impact Parliament Ghana of YIP. Due to some urgent businesses arising, may I plead on honourable members that we vary the order paper to move item 8 to item 2, and then the others will renumber themselves accordingly. Honourable members, we have in our midst our guest of honor, Honourable Kentle Seth Agbobli. He is currently the constituency secretary for the New Patriotic Party at the Agorsor constituency. And he is running for the parliamentary seat on the ticket of his party. He is aspiring, so he is now going for the elections. And as you know, he is a very young man. He's even yet to marry. So in the case you have not locked your girlfriend, please know that she is volatile to be picked at any time. So that's the attention. It's also here with a constituency executive on the other side of the aisle from the National Democratic Congress. Yes. Although there are two different parties, behind the curtains there are good friendships. This is for you to know that regardless that you are part of a party does not mean you don't have friends. So that is for us to know. As I told you, we are varying the business because of the urgent matters arising. So, on this note, we'll move straight to item 8 to receive the presentation from our guest, Honorable Seth Agbobli. The floor is yours for you to now speak to us. Honorable, please just speak to us seated. Don't worry.
Yes. I want to observe us being done everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good afternoon to the Youth Parliament of Ghana. I bring you fraternity greetings from the New Patriotic Party, the government in power, the one that is transforming lives of the people of Ghana. On my own behalf and that of my electoral area, because I happen to be an assembly member, elected assembly member, also for Petro North electoral area, and double as the secretary for the New Patriotic Party, now contesting as the parliamentary candidate of the party going into the 2024 general election. I want to actually appreciate the effort you guys are putting up. I've been watching, observing so far. The speaker happens to be my housemate when I was doing first degree. So both of us were housemates. We both did marketing. He actually went to Tettegah University where I senior him. I completed in 2016. He completed, I think, a year after. Yes, a year after. But both of us did our degrees together. Then after the degree, I proceeded to do my master's. So I happen to be a very good friend of him. And I've been observing, I think some time ago, I think this is the first sitting, I was invited.
Yes.
But because of I think then it was during my constituency election time. So you know how he works. He needs to be on the ground. I was on the ground playing. So I was on the ground. I couldn't have time to actually come to visit you. But the opportunity has been created this moment. And we want to take every bit of it. We want to actually look at your theme for today, which has to do with Ghana's 6 years of independence since 1957. The pursuit of independence has been a worthwhile endeavor for our nation. Yes, indeed, it has been. And we are still moving to a destination we want for ourselves as a country. It's just very well noting to understand that what is happening in other African countries, such as the Niger, the Gabon, Kodzi also experienced that, Burkina Faso, we in Ghana have decided to take the right path of independence and practice it. It is one thing by saying we are indeed an independent country, and another thing living the name independent. What is happening in our neighboring African countries is a bizarre situation. We know what the situation that happens to Liman in this country. There was a coup by Flight Lieutenant General Rawlings. Liman was put in place, and the same man overthrew him again. We don't want that situations to happen in Ghana. Ghana, as Mr. Speaker has said, I came here with a brother who belongs to the opposite side. But aside the politics, we have a family to protect. Just like the way we have the Jinapos belonging to different political, same mother, same father, belonging to different political parties. If you all know Mutawakil, the Damango MP, he was an NDC MP. But these two brothers joined together and said, Master, let's move our my party person and let my brother rather come. That is our politics, our interest. But this thing shouldn't be something that will bring issues within ourselves. We must protect the democracy that we have in this country and protect it very well. Since independence in 1957, we have tried so many routes and have decided in 1992 to go or use the universal adult suffrage means of electing our leadership. Since then, we have never turned back. We have the Jerry that had us from 1992 to 2000. We have the John Agbobli that led us from the 2000 to 2008. We have the Professor Mills that took us and led us along the way and was the tenor was being run by the former president, John Dramani Mahama. The people of Ghana decided in 2016, where they felt that the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the current president, will be better to lead this country. And so far, so good. In terms of policies in this country. Today, I believe all of us are living in harmony across the length and breadth of this country. And I will urge all of us to remain in that unity of purpose. We may have divergent views on issues. We may have different interpretations looking at issues. But the whole attention is that at the end of the day, I pose that the UGCC model and the CPP model, these two are what we are all working at. When I say the UGCC and then the CPP, I mean actually the self-government in the shortest possible time and self-government now. That is a policy we are running. I suppose I can do it better, and then my brother at the other side also feels that he can also do it better. So it is just about ideas. It has nothing actually to do with disunity. So I'll urge the House to actually tow this route to lead us to a perfect destination. Somewhere in 2015, then I was at Technical University. I actually realized that the forms of leadership that is going on in my community is not right. So I felt that I can do it better. So I put up myself. The people actually evaluated me and gave me the nod in 2015 to become the assembly member for Kwete North electoral area. When I actually entered into the assembly, the first timer, it was time for us to be formed into committees. So I was run into the Finance and Administrative Subcommittee of the Assembly, and I was also the chairman for the Environmental Subcommittee, and that qualifies me to become an executive committee member. throughout my first tenure, the 4-year tenure of the Assembly, we have tried as much to bring some light into activities of the Assembly regarding the IGF generations or internally generated funds and other things. We've been able to move it from where it is to about some 300%. Then we also try as much to spend the common fund on the people rather than the other things that goes wrong with it, which is corruption. We've been able to, I think Kufo told us that corruption actually started from Adams. I disagree with him then, but I'm now trying to. Because if you take the biblical sacrifice to God, God accepted some, and didn't accept some. What was the issue? I'm not blaming God, though, but I'm just saying that for the fact that you have accepted something, there could be some way of inducement. It's either you please the person, that is how the person decided to actually rope you in, or the other way. So then I ran my 4-year term, and I gave it myself again for re-election. I was again given the nod for the second term. Actually, my electoral area has 5 polling stations. And all through my assembly elections, it has been a war between the NDC and the NPP, of which I belong, the NPP which I belong to. But I've always won my 5 polling stations hands down. My competitor has never won one single polling station for any election. It tells you that the people actually believe in me, and I've done something that they are working on that too. I have been on second tenure, and when Electoral Commission opens nomination, I will not be contesting again. In my second tenure, my political journey actually began from the polling station, where I was the polling station secretary of the New Patriotic Party at the YIP Church, Tettegah. I rose to become the electoral area coordinator of the party. And then in 2022, 1st of May, I was elected the constituency secretary of the New Patriotic Party. What am I trying to say? I'm speaking about hard work. Hard work is always acknowledged. Once you begin, as you began with this youth parliament, there are so many things that you are learning. And any one of you who finds him or herself an assembly system, nobody will be teaching you the procedures, because we have already gone through the same procedures as we've been done here. In the assembly system, we have the presiding member who presides over meeting, and in your system, you have the speaker. It's the same thing. You have the majority, the minority. In the assembly system, we don't have. But we try as much to use the political lineage to do a bit of hookup, but not entirely designed in the Act 936/2016 of the Local Government Act. No, it has no rule for that majority, minority. But in any case, whatever we are doing here is something that can project you even to the Parliament of Ghana. nobody is born with leadership. Well, when we go to public administration, they will tell you that leadership or leaders are born and leaders are trained. It's a fact that leaders can be born. But if you are born with it and you don't sharpen it, it will remain the same way. So once you have decided to train yourselves, gathering few of the people, inculcating into yourself the art of public speaking. Because it's one thing to speak before people, a crowd. You see people's voices juggling when they are talking to a very large crowd. There's kind of like they want to cry or something, you know. It's because the crowd that they are faced with is so huge and amazing to them that tends to alternate their voices. But once you are practicing this culture here, I believe that is something that will go with you and gives you the opportunity to face whatever crowd it is and speak. Living here, I informed Mr. Speaker, I was actually coming to stay to the end of the program. But the Vice President will be in town tomorrow. He's in OT. He was here this morning. He came to sleep in Hope. And this morning, if you see the helicopter flying this morning, he came to sleep here and he has left back to do his stuff. He will be, and then we're having some meeting around 2:30 at residency. So that is how come I will not be staying to the end of the program as Mr. Speaker to actually fast track my delivery so I can take leave of the entire house. So if you are able to position yourself very well, you can be able to eat with the kings and the queens. It depends on how you handle yourself. That is very important. Let us not be so much concerned with money. Money will destroy you one time. In a game of leadership, we all can see what is happening to the police service. It's about leadership struggle. And money is also playing a role. Because the leadership comes with the financial reward. So as youths, as we are, I feel that money should not be something that we should be pursuing over relationship. You all know the president. Everybody here knows the president. Everybody here knows the former president, John Mahama. Does he know you? He doesn't know you. If John Mahama can watch your status, then it means he knows you. Because you can only see somebody's status if you have the person's number saved on your phone. So once the person sees your number on his phone, it means the person knows you. But when you have the person's number, if the person doesn't know you, it's only you who knows the person doesn't know you. It all depends on how some friendships begins out, good morning, good afternoon. Even if you have something small, a big man, give it to the person will look at, hey, this guy doesn't have, and he's giving me. You are trying to build a friendship. And once you have established that friendship will take you far. It will take you very, very, very far. The current aide to the Speaker of Parliament is also my cousin. He's my cousin. Where that position is taking him now is just by friendship. He used to write for Agbobli. He writes articles, he goes to his constituency to do survey free of charge. He goes to book a hotel with a couple of friends and go and do survey and other things and tell him, boss, there's a problem at these particular communities. You would have to do this. through all those things. So when the speaker becomes the speaker, he has the trust to appoint him. So if the person was pursuing over money, shall they give me something? He's not giving me anything, he won't go again. He wouldn't be where he is today. He travels almost every week. Either he's in US, Dubai, UK, wherever. Almost every time, if we are speaking, currently as we are speaking, is in US. He sometimes have to go in for speaker. The speaker is supposed to go for some meetings. The last time he was at Nigeria with the president, Bola, and he sent me a picture. And I said, Charlie, I think 3 days ago, our chat was that he posted something on his status, a lady on the status, and I said, Charlie, we'll let it be that. Then so, Charlie, do you want a number? I said, tell her make he send visa and air ticket. Because the lady is in the US. So I'm talking about friendship. Try to build the friendship. That is about life. You don't know where you will end up tomorrow. You need somebody to lift you up. And it's about who knows you, not who you know. Honorable members, the second thing I want to leave with you is that try to be fair in your activities. What I mean be fair is that whatever opportunity is given to you, try as much to be fair in your judgment. Whatever you do, be fair in your judgment. Once you know you are doing the right thing, you know there's two issues with efficiency and effectiveness. They are two different things. They are not the same thing. Effectiveness and efficiency are two different. Doing the right thing, and then doing the right thing, that has to do with efficiency. Effectiveness is doing the right thing well. So once you are somebody who can be able to do things that have been trusted into your hand perfectly, you are somebody that will command respect from your colleagues, because that is also very important. It is very, very, very important for you to command some kind. That is leadership skill. You must command some respect from your leadership or those followers that are behind you. The people you are leading, you have to inspire them. Give them opportunity, give them tasks to perform. Once you give them, you set them, they will also be able to what? Learn from you when you are no longer there. They will be able to assist you tomorrow. Like I said, you don't know where you will be tomorrow. But take advantage of every opportunity that you have and utilize it very, 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 very well. That is very important. As your Parliament, I believe that the Mr. Speaker is actually grooming some of you so that tomorrow, when he leaves for his Enfield, then some of you can be able to take over from him and actually do so very well. My mission here this afternoon is just to share some experiences that I went through over the years with you and to be an inspiration to some of you. You may not have the edge to compete or to move to leadership positions But I can tell you, if you have the desire, put it into work. Start from the people who are living around you. You start from your church. You start from school. Start from colleagues that you have around you. These are the people who can actually propel you into a greater future. And once you've taken this, it will work. I'm a first timer. I competed for convened secretaryship, and hands down, it tells you that I've worked on the ground that has propelled me to greater height. And that is what is giving me the edge now to move a little bit higher from where I was. I have videos of chiefs calling me to move because they feel that I've done things that it's not everybody that can do that. As an assembly member, I don't receive salary. There's no salary for assembly members. No. You come for a meeting. It's only when you come for a meeting that you even have a sitting allowance. But if your IGF is not even strong, if my place in my sitting allowance is 100 Ghana cedi. You come to sit and do all the work from 1 year till sometimes 6 o'clock p.m. And then when you write, they give you 100 Ghana cedi. You think it's 100 Ghana cedi that is moving in, that is why I've joined. No, it is not 100 Ghana cedi. It's not about the money. But I feel that it's a stepping stone that can lead me to a greater height. And that has actually gave me the opportunity to exhibit my leadership skill, which is actually propelling me today. And God willing, before 2nd of December, I'll be crowned the parliamentary candidate for Agorsor. Yeah. And eventually, taking up the seat from the NDC there. Yeah. I know Mr. Speaker will not agree. But that is what we want to do. We want to make impact into the life of people. Many are giving up the positions, but they are not utilizing it well. When you go to US or whatever, when they use their system, their equipment, as for them, they have time limit for their equipment. They don't use it like the way we use it. Go and buy the homies and be using here. When they buy their brand new thing, they give themselves maybe like 2 years. Then it becomes something, they will dump it. That is what our brother does. He goes to collect all those people, those things, go and repair them, put them into a container. Then you come and seek permission from the minister. Then you only what's the name? Ship them, and then you clear under national security, because it's for the people. It's for the people. Hospital material, what is it going to do with it? It's going to donate it. So you use national security to clear it. And you pay something small. Then you come and donate to the people. What are the other MPs doing? That they can also not take advantage of all this. What are the other MPs doing that they cannot go and lobby small companies that spend, that's a rule 2PA, and bring them here? We have all the logs here for all those things. Is it that our people are not being innovative enough? Some of our people are not very innovative enough. Never, they are not. Yet, every 4 years they take their international. When they sit in parliament, they take their money. When they rise, they take their money. And we, the youth, are not demanding accountability from these people because we feel it's our political party. Yeah. So we must protect who? No, let's protect our own future than protecting one individual. I believe if the youth can rise, if we can all rise against even our own. Because as I stand here, me, I even taking my assembly to you. Me, I have taken my assembly. I'm a secretary of the New Patriotic Party. The DC is appointed by the president. It belongs to the New Patriotic Party. But when I see something that I feel. I asked you a question, you refuse to give me answer. I wrote to you, please come and investigate this. You are currently investigating that matter. Is it not my party? It's my party, but I feel that things are not being right. I don't care. I feel that we must serve the people and serve the people very well. So use this second call to all of us that we must stand. Political parties doesn't do anything. It is the human beings on the political parties that are developmental focus, or there are people who can do things, but the political party itself cannot do anything for you. No, they are not human beings. It is the human beings that can use their brain to do something. So let us not be so inclined to political parties. But let's buy ideas rather. What do you intend to do for us? Is it doing it? Can he do it better? You know, sometimes if we don't actually speak on these issues, people are not moved. They feel that actually things have been done well. Meanwhile, things have not been done well. So I want to urge all of us to be people of our own. Once they know you are firm, they will respect you. And that is how come somebody can go, you can come to Tettegah, and then you bring one V8 or two V8. You go to Otunfo, can you send one V8? No. When you are sending 12, 15 to him. Because you know when he speaks one, you are doomed. When he speaks one, you are doomed. You understand? So we must be people, be fair. Let them know that this guy doesn't take everything. So when they are coming to you, they will no longer bring the 20 Ghana. They will be afraid. So whatever you tell them, they will want to do it rather for the people. I want to thank all of you this very moment for this great opportunity given me to speak to the honorable members. Mr. Speaker, I'm so much delighted this afternoon to present myself before your house. And I believe henceforth we'll be working in tandem to make sure the visions behind this creation goes a longer way to serve the interests of our people. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Seth, Kentle, Agbobli, for your presentation. Honorable members, I'm sure you have questions, but time is very limited for Honorable. You can still take. Okay. Before we take questions, I want to, before he speaks, I want to call on his brother from the other side of the aisle to quickly introduce himself and then share something small with us. And I want to present the brochure. Please, if you could come, I want to present the brochure of the inauguration to him. Our vision, mission, problem statements, and everything is inside. So you can also read and then check what we do. Also, you can just share with us what you want to share. We'll take questions and then we'll now let you go. So please, you can see.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Clerk. I'm a constituency executive from Agorsor. We are cousins. So he is why we are. I was telling the other colleague that even my mother is an MPP executive. So in our family, we are divided. That's what we are. If you feel like going to MPP, you go. If you feel like being with the listen. So we all have a vision that we have to protect. I'm a CEO of Makariko Enterprise. I'm a businessman. At the same time, I'm happy to meet you imparting knowledge or giving youth an advice is something that some of us like to do. Because we have been to stages in life. I'm a graduate from Central University, Kentle, as a businessman. During this second term, I'm supposed to compete with you. But because of family, guys, I have to step back for you to grow in the second term. And I do not support it, he knows. Anytime we are on the ground, it's different enough. You forget about the family issue. Even during the last election, that's it. We have to quarrel with them. They have to separate the two of us. They were doing some kululu that came and said, no, my brother, this time around, forget our family. The whole thing is the focus. Have the vision. Don't rely on maybe, let's say friends, or maybe drugs or something that do something for you. Be honest in this life, be honest. Whatever you are doing, be honest. Be firm. There's no short way in life. The short way will lead you to something which maybe a year's time you will regret of doing it. But when you are firm, and you are trusted, my brother, you can go a long way. You and I had an opportunity last 2 years to serve on a committee when we were going to bury our paramount chief. I was the financial secretary. He was the secretary. And it was a good job that we did. I think we are climbing, we are going up. He is going for MP. The next one, I also go for the chairman for my party. And I know we are going to win them, so that one. 2024 is for GM. So that's for that one. You should be rest assured. So please, as a youth, let's just be honest. Listen to your leaders. Whatever advice they give you. You one day become like them. And when you don't listen to them, when you are also a leader, can you also give instruction? No. So that's the only thing I want to say today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Our members, the floor is now open for questions. And if you want to ask a question, dependent on the presentations being given, you use the interventional signs. Raise your hand. I'll call on you. And when you have the opportunity to speak, please, you have to tell us your name and your constituency before you speak. And also, you know the parliamentary rudiments. You were all supposed to watch the pre-inaugural orientation and the post-inaugural orientation. If you watch these two orientations, you will know the rudiments, the convention and practices of this house. And also, know that we are recording the entire session. So, if you are not able to meet the standard, the witches and wizards in your village will be chasing after you. So, that is all for your notice. Before we take the questions, please, the minority, step in the shoes of your leaders. The force is there. People like Enoch, Bruce, let's now step in the shoes of your leaders and fill the seats. As someone seated there, someone should also be seated there. And fill in the seats for your leaders. Okay, so we'll proceed. Honourable members, the floor is now open for questions. If you have any question you want to ask our guest of honor, you can now ask this question so that you'll be informed. We spoke about lots of things and I've also learned a lot. So if you have questions, please raise your hands and I'll recognize you. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I respond to the name Richmond Seku from Cape Coast North constituency. Incoming, congratulations to you in advance for winning your branch or constituency election as a parliamentary candidate. But sorry, going forward, it will be difficult to take the seats from the NDC. My question is, for the past month, there was hula baru concerning the finance minister, of which he was underperforming. Members of your party who were MP rose and then tried to speak their mind. But unfortunately, the president or some higher authorities called them to an order. So my question to you is that, what would you have done better? What would you have done better? Because you made mention of things has to be done right, irrespective of the party that we belong to. So what would you have done better if you were to be part of those members?
Thank you very much. Any other questions? We are taking all the questions together. Are there any other questions? Honorable Majority Leader, your question. I don't have any question. Yes, let's hear your question.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Francis Kodzi, Youth MP for Afram Place North and the Majority Leader of the House. I don't really have a question. I just want to appreciate the Honorable Member for opening our minds once again to the fact that as young people, whatever we do shouldn't always be a thing of having at the back of our mind that we need to gain or financial gain from that particular thing. It means that volunteerism should be part of us as young people. So in that, we can be able to make proper networks, and then going forward, that will go a long way helping us. And I want to thank the Honorable Member for that. And I wish him good luck. And I pray that you become the Member of Parliament for Agbobli constituency. Thank you very much.
Let's take the question from Honorable Emmanuel.
Thank you, Right Speaker. My name is not Emmanuel. My name is George Junior Agbobli.
Oh, okay.
MP for Gwen constituency. Honorable, thank you, and we welcome you to our house. You have a great ambition and achievements, which I'm jealous about, because coming from a difficult zone that belongs to the NDC, you've been able to capture the people from your speech, and you've made them aware of their situation despite the differences. But I have this question to ask. Looking at the total population of youth that are unemployed in the country, in fact, I think it's very alarming. As you are virgin, or you're coming in as an MP aspirant for your party, what are some of the interventions you want to bring to the youth? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take the last question from the available leader for the minority side. Who is actually the first deputy minority leader? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The name is Agorsor, an MP for Akim Swedru, an acting minority leader. I want to appreciate our guest and his brother for coming. I know him from afar. He doesn't know those days in Poland. I think he was part of the EC.
Yes.
Yeah, I know him. You are hardworking, and I just want to plead with you. Moving forward, you know, we young guys, when we assume position, the first thing we want to fill is our pocket first, which normally destroy our vision in life, because people have trusted you and give you an opportunity and you disappoint them. So I just also want to plead with you, getting there shouldn't be like other people. Maybe be like one of Agbobli who always on the ground helping each other. So I want to thank you once again for coming, for opening our mind towards also moving ahead to do something like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable, you can now hear your response to the questions. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I think the first questioner wants to know what he relates the issue to the finance minister, and the issue with resignation or with him from resigning from his position to clear the way. I think that prerogative lies only with the president. The Parliament of Ghana has the opportunity to pass a vote of censure. That is the only, through the constitutional means, to be able to actually dismiss somebody from a position. The Parliament has done that. That actually requires 2/3 majority for that to materialize. But they didn't have that particular number to be able to do that. Well, it's an issue. It's an issue really that has to do, but the appointer, the man who appointed him, actually feels that he's doing what he's supposed to do. No other person. We can only use the constitutional means, of which our people have tried. They have also threatened strike, that they are going to be absent from Parliament during the budget proceedings. But in another case, when they met with the president assured them that because of the IMF and other things. In other cases too, we must look at it from this perspective, that this is the man that actually was doing so well before COVID strike. If you look at our GDP numbers, he was actually doing so well before COVID. COVID didn't have effect only on Ghana, but it was a pandemic that affected even the developed economies such as the US, the UK, the Russia. It has affected all of them. It's not only Ghana. But you heard the acknowledgement that WHO gave us that Ghana has actually tried in curtailing the number of people that actually were infected and also eventually passed out. So, my brother, we can only use the constitutional means of which we have tried once, which didn't work. We can only also appeal to the president to maybe, by in our own or in his own estimation, this gentleman is doing perfectly. He doesn't need, if the number 10 is playing the ball so well and scoring very well, why then they need to change it to another player? So that's all I can say on that particular one. On the other issue that has to do with the unemployment, yes, the unemployment is a canker, it's a national security threat. Imagine somebody spending so much. Now education is very expensive. Very expensive. It's not just about the school fees alone. Our master's level, I think I paid 16,000. In university, I paid 16,000. That is not a thing. The 16,000 is not a thing. The other stress that you go through and the other stress you go through, it will be easy. The online, at first we were having class from 7 to 7 p.m., 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Look at the stress. The other things that you go through, and the person will go through all of this and not able to get a job to do. it's a national security threat. We can also not rely solely on government to fix all these things. Even in the US, there is unemployment. In the US. It's either the skill that they are looking for, you don't possess that particular skill. That is how come you are unemployed or something. Or there's unavailability of the opportunity. I think the youth, we must also try as much to create opportunity for ourselves. People are selling wache. I know one woman who sells wache at La Paz. She has a 4-story building. It's a call. Whatever God has called you to do, you don't know. It is not everybody that has to go through selling somebody. That's how come my brother finished his school. He decided to do his own business. He has decided to do his own business. And he's doing well. He has a number of these Ford cars. That's the number of them. He's doing well. He's not waiting for somebody to come and pay him at the end of the month. No. Because that wouldn't go with me. Even me here, I'm not on salary of any state institution or anybody. No. I've run through HND. I completed. I didn't look for job. I finished my degree. I didn't look for job. Now I'm not looking for government to come and give me or at the end of waiting for the end of the month. My expenditure is huge because as a politician, every blessed day, people when they see you and you don't do something, master, you are in problem. If they see you, you see them, you don't do something, master. The other time somebody was saying that me anytime I'm driving past, I don't even get down to greet them. I only be in the car and wave my hand. This one, if I'm passing, I have to stop, get down, come and greet me. Then you see the thing. But this is what we're going to do. This politics. So everybody will say everything. So let us be a bit creative on our own. I mean, let's try doing something. God can bless that thing. Maybe that's what God. People are selling charcoal, and they are making it big time. Let's try and see whether we can be. I mean, can round ourselves and try to put ourselves somewhere. I think that one too. See, you wake up, you make sure that you put some food on your table. And once we try creating something for ourselves, it will help. Maybe you are salary worker now, try to do some savings from your salary work, some savings, be doing some savings. Put that savings into some other venture. And at the end of the month, let that venture bring you 2 CD. You add it to this one. It's an addition. It's not a subtraction. That is how come inflation will be catching up with people, but will not catch up with you because you are doing extra to catch up with that inflation. So I will ask that we invest more into private sector development. Private sector development. We can do that through partnership. There are so many means we can get into those partnership and whatever. If you gain down the resources that you have a room. Somebody may have a table for you to have a printer in his house that he's not using. You also have a laptop. You put it together. You turn it into typing center where people bring their things and you type for them. It's another way to create money. Let's try as much to see how we can put ourselves together, whilst we also wait on government to create the enabling environment for business to triumph. The minority leader gave issues with how we can be able to put our minds together. Once we are in tangent with each other, I believe that the sky will not longer be our limit, but will be a step to further direction. I said earlier on that once you have the conviction within yourself, Charlie, put it to work. The conviction, put it to work. I heard Snowball was saying the last time that he is no longer, he has run. Once the idea comes, he goes and carries it. Let's try and move from the era which our forefathers were. And there are so many opportunities. Even if we put stone by the roadside and it becomes consistent, somebody knows that there's a market for that particular thing, so the person will come looking for it. Let's try something. I guess it will work out. Rather than staying at the one place saying that Charlie, it is no. The nagging will not take us anywhere, but a step will lead us. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to take the entire members' permission, like they don't have any other thing. My time is running out tonight, and I will take it.
Thank you. Members, so we wanted you to even give a closing remarks. So honourable members, thank you very much, our guest of honor. Honourable members, may I apologize for the heat that we are in right now. We made provision for the venue, but unfortunately, ECG had to cut us out. This is a prepaid system, and the person to fix in the reserve is currently unavailable. So that is why we are in the heat right now. I apologize for that. And also, if you are thirsty, there is a bag of pure water over there. Sachet water. It's not pure, but at least it is a sachet water. So you can take that as well. So our members, we'll now hear the closing remarks from his closing remarks. It is not for us to close. It is because he's taking his leave. So we hear his closing remarks. And please, proceedings will continue. We are not suspending proceedings. Proceedings will continue. Right after his closing remarks, the acting second deputy speaker will take the chair to present the communication from founders. Whilst I see our guest off, and then I'll come back to take the chair, and then I'll give the communication from the speaker, and then we'll now go to the presentation of new MPs. We'll swear you in, and then we'll proceed with the official introduction before the business committee report. So I want you to know the activities that will persist right after his closing remarks. So, Honorable Seth, let's hear your closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I sincerely want to appreciate the House for the time given to me to actually meet with them, share a few of my aspirations with them. We may not know where you meet your brother or your sister tomorrow. In any way, whoever, if you find me helpful or you think that would be helpful to you, and maybe speaking to somebody, maybe we can do that one. I'm always there. Maybe if you ask speaker will release my number to whoever may need my service or need me to maybe speak to somebody. For him or her, we can also try. Like I said before, I don't know where I would like tomorrow that I need the service of any of you to be able to raise me up. Likewise, you may need my service as well wherever we find ourselves. So let us all be nice to each other, and I believe all things shall be possible. I am totally grateful for this opportunity. But like my brother said, the NPP is not going anywhere. We are maintaining power in 2024. To transform lives of our people. I'm saying that from 1992, the 20 years reign of Judge John Rollins, I have never seen a district hospital in my constituency. I have never seen potable water in my constituency. But the NPP has come to give me a potable water. The NPP is now putting up a 100-bed DC hospital, which at the last meeting with the presidential advisor, Dr. Isiasai, that hopefully by first quarter of 2024, they will fully hand it over for utilization. Why would I be happy? Why would I want to start such a government and taking somebody 20 years, 28 years and not done anything specifically? I cannot be here in Hope and talking about La General Hospital that it was demolished. So what? Do I care? Let the La people cry about La Hospital. Let me also cry about Trafalgar. If I'm in Petwe, they have to be crying about my DC hospital, not La General Hospital. I don't care about that. Do I live in La? I don't live in La. So the things around us should be the things that should give us the sign whether actually I should equip the person to do it for me again, or I should equip the person to go and do it for the other people and still leave me. The allegiance is too much. And as young men and women, let us not play allegiance to only no. If you have a wife in the house and the wife begins to misbehave, even if you are not going outside, just go and sleep at the hotel one day. Just hotel, you alone know, and come back the following morning and see the reception. If you actually want to maintain your position, you see that they cry, instead of getting angry, they will cook for you the best meal. You will not give money, they will cook the best meal for you. It means that there's a challenge. Let's give the people the challenge so that they can do more. I thank you so much for this opportunity, and we aim to do it again if the opportunity comes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, please, if you have not registered, please go to the back and sign attendance and then orders. Members, as the guests take their leave, first deputy speaker to take the chair. Acting second deputy speaker to take the chair.
Honorable members, let's move to the next item on the order paper. That's communication from founders. Honorable members, the founder and his two co-founders extend their hearty congratulations to all parliamentarians and officers of the Third Parliament on the occasion of a successful inauguration. The Third Parliament is poised to bring even greater vibrancy compared to its predecessor, the Second Parliament. As you may recall, the Executive Director of our movement has announced an exciting development for the Youth Impact Parliament. Next year, we are introducing a bicameral legislature, marking a significant milestone in our journey. This double chamber structure will maintain the existing lower chamber with an increased number of seats and also integrate a Senate as the upper chamber. We firmly believe that the Youth Impact Parliament is destined for great accomplishments, and we wholeheartedly invite each and every one of you to be an integral part of this remarkable journey. Together, we will reach a new height and make a lasting impact. We extend our best wishes for a highly successful sitting, and we express our gratitude to all of you for your dedication and commitment to the Youth Impact Parliament. Thank you. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, to take the chair.
Members, I'm back to the chair. We'll now proceed to communication from Speaker. Honorable members, I am pleased to inform you that the third Parliament of Youth Impact Parliament was inaugurated on Saturday, August 12, 2023 at Technical University, SRC JCR Auditorium. The inauguration was graced by some special guests of honor and some guests, including the Speaker of the Volta Regional Youth Parliament, the whole Municipal National Youth Authority Director, the President of whole Technical University Alumni Association, the District Chief Executive of Agbobli South Municipal Assembly in absentia, and a member of Ghana's 8th Parliament representing the Akachino constituency. Honourable members, during this momentous occasion, honourable members presented themselves and took their oaths of office. They received copies of the standing orders of this House, the Constitution of the movement, a brochure outlining our mission and their respective appointment letters. Honourable members, it is important to note that as of that time, no member of Parliament had been sworn in, which means they are unable to table a letter of permission or absence. I strongly urge all members to consider taking their oaths and receiving their appointment letters promptly. Doing so is essential to being recognized as a substantive youth member of Parliament. Please be reminded that once youth MPs are confirmed and declared appointed, they become substantive right after they take their oath. But if they don't take their oath, they remain in that capacity. And if after 3 successive sittings they fail to take their oath, their appointments will be revoked at the approval of the House. Honourable members, to further emphasize the importance of active participation, I must inform you that I will not hesitate to refer any appointed member who has missed 3 sittings of this House to the Privileges Committee for investigation and questioning regarding their consistent absence from the House. Those members will be interrogated by the Privileges Committee for their absence and be reported to the House why they have been absent for 3 sittings without taking their oath. The Privileges Committee will recommend to the House whether or not they should be voted out or their appointment be revoked and their seats declared vacant. It is crucial to understand that the decision will be reached per the wish of the House, and no one can be held responsible for that but these victimized youth MPs. Furthermore, I kindly remind all youth MPs of their financial obligations to the House, especially that of the payment of the inaugural levy. I have been hearing claims that the inauguration has passed, therefore it is irrelevant to pay. I want to denounce that it does not hold. The levy does not only seek to clear the cost of the organization of the inauguration, but also to clear substantive the organization of successive sittings. So every youth MP ought to pay. So if you are yet to pay the levy, please do so to the Momo Pay ID 781672 under the name Youth Impact Movement and your constituency as reference. When you do that, the YIP official contact will update the list and your name will be added. Honourable members, your active involvement and financial support are integral to the success of our parliamentary endeavours. Let us work together to make the third Parliament of Youth Impact Parliament a resounding success and a platform for positive change. Thank you for your attention and your commitment to our shared vision. Honourable members, we will now move to the presentation of new youth MPs. Honourable members, as you are aware, nomination was open for vacant constituencies right after the inauguration. And I will now present the new MPs to the House for adoption, and then, if you are here, you take your oath. So we have for Domia Brabrum, Mante, Kentle, Elizabeth. Now coming to the central region, we have Abura Asemu, Mohammed Abdul Wadad, Agona East, Afram Kate, Nana Ama, Agona West, Akaba Hilda, Ajumako Enya Esian, Dovwadi Owen Deladen, Asin North, Aflade Kwakuseria, Asin South, Daite Ridima Agude, Awuta Senya West, Togo Albert, Cape Coast North, Sekum Richard, Richmond, Gomoa Central, Asase Vanessa Peace, Gomoa East, Fiador Michael Kwesi, Gomoa West, Gomita Wisdom Kofi, Herman Lower Denshia, Owusu Priscilla Adoa, Commander Edna Ampofu Mary, Mansem is Manfenchem, however you call it. Oben Emmanuel Shelter, Tifo Ati Amuzu Daniel Kali, Upper Dentra East, Berthe Kelvin, Frankfurt, Bimbila Ado Emmanuel Atua, Gush Hegu, Saforo Daniel Asa, Karaga Adonu Charles, Kumbugu Erasmus Koju, please permit me. Neon Elisha Akim, come here. Nathan Nyaluji Selina Kwajo, Sabuba Abuko Magdalene, Salevugu Ofori Esena Bridget, Tamale Central, Tettegah Priscilla Lovia, Tamale North, Nyame Benjamin, Tamale South, Sechofia Samson, Tatale Sanguli, Agbobli Richmond, Cheromponi, Duet, Patrick, and Nabongo Central, Asinyo Michael. Honourable members, these are the new youth MPs. Majority leader motion for adoption for them to be part of the composition of the third Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I hereby move the motion that the newly appointed MPs become part of the third Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First Deputy Minority Chief of Seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any comments? In the absence of any comments, I'll put the question. Honourable members, the question is that the new youth MPs appointed now stand part of the composition of the third Parliament. All in favour say aye. Aye. Not in favour say nay. Honourable members, the ayes have it, the motion carries. Therefore, the aforementioned youth MPs are hereby appointed and now stand part of the third Parliament. Honorable youth MPs, please, if you missed the inauguration and you are part of the new youth MPs and you are present here, please rise for your oath as I swear you in. All who missed the inauguration and the new youth MPs. Yes, if you know you are there, praying to the have your seats, thank you. Yes. So I believe everyone seated here have taken his oath. Okay, that's fantastic. I can see the attendance is mostly here with the youth MPs, the new ones. Thank you very much. You didn't take your oath that day? No. Oh, okay. Are you sure you didn't take your oath?
Yes.
So, by the rudiments of the house, did you sign in attendance?
No. That day.
If you didn't sign in attendance, then you have not taken your oath. Yes, so you took your oath.
I didn't take my sign.
You signed in, then basically you took your oath. So, please, you will not take 2 takes. If you sign in as of then indeed you are taking your oath. I thought I saw you that day. I didn't. But today is not the first time seeing you. You came as an observer. Oh, okay, fantastic. That's fine. Oh, I think let's give yourselves a year. Yeah. So please repeat after me. So when I say I, you bring your name, and then when you hear me say constituency, then you mention your constituency. So we proceed. I having been appointed a youth member of Parliament of YIP, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Youth Impact Parliament as by law established, and that I will uphold the integrity of this house and the movement, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as a member of Parliament for and uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the standing orders of Parliament and the Constitution of the movement, and that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of this youth Parliament and suffer the penalty for it. So help me God. Honourable members, by the power vested in me as Speaker of Parliament, I declare you substantive members of this House. Honourable members, we will now move to Honourable Majority Leader. I want to take an indication from you. Should we go to the official introduction of members before the business committee report, or you deliver the annual business committee report before honourable members introduce themselves?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I think we should know our MPs before we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your indication. Honourable members, we'll now proceed with the introduction of youth MPs. And we do that every sitting. It is for the reason that you want the camera to capture you. You want the camera to capture you. You want the camera to capture you as having been present. If for nothing, at least we have heard your boring voice in the camera and your sweet melodious voices. So everyone has to introduce themselves. And for this particular one, this is the only time that the marshal is permitted to move the camera stand and come close to you so that your voices will be heard. Please, in the introduction, you are to first tell us your name, your constituency, and if you want to add anything, please make it very short. Maybe some of you, this will be the only opportunity that you speak. So perhaps you want to greet your gods and your Allah, or the God Almighty. You can do that. But please, don't speak too long. We beg you. So on this note, for this particular one, we'll start from the high table. I'm Amegashie-Viglo, your Speaker of Parliament. We have here the Deputy Clerk Finance, and we have here the Deputy Clerk Publicity. So we'll start from the minority side. Per convention, we'll start from members and end on the leaders. So, Marshal, we'll start from the back. Let them look into the camera and tell us who they are. Please speak loud so that the camera will pick your voice. We are not using the microphone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm called Ruben Kwame Komna. I'm the MP for Upper West Akim. Thank you.
Yes, the next person.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Butcher Eugene, the Youth MP for Tema East constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Paul Udoven, Youth MP for Achiasi constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Edward Akim Kodzi, the Youth MP for Konfi constituency. Thank you.
I think let's take it from Ghana so that we can capture that area before the camera stands. So let's take all in that area before the camera moves. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Gamed Virginia Esinam, MP, Youth MP for Ablekuma Central. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I go by the name Fachida Inabuntu. I'm the Youth MP for the Mekwabenya constituency.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is George Junior Oge. I stand in for the Youth MP for Boy constituency.
Honorable, you said you stand in. Are you standing in or you are?
I am, sorry. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the correction. I am the Youth MP for Boy constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Yanni Kodzi, Youth MP for National.
Okay. The seminar. Oh, okay. That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Daniel Karajasi, the Youth MP for Atam constituency.
So let's take from this line, then the acting deputy speaker to the leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in person of Bruce Julian Dagojo, Youth MP of Fantiakwasa. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I respond to the name as Michael, Youth MP for Nabungo Central.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and the Address House. My name is Enoch Nyajo, Youth MP for Impriso constituency and the acting Deputy Minority Leader, and also the former Marshal for first and second Parliament of this Address House. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker in the House. I respond to Adam Osman, Youth MP for Ashaiman constituency, and the second deputy speaker, acting second deputy speaker of this Address House. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Address House. The name you believe Agorsor, an MP for Akim Swedru. and acting minority leader for today's sitting.
Yeah. Now we'll start from the backbenchers of the majority caucus. You introduce yourself. Please, let's take that area so that the camera stand will be there and capture it. Then when the camera moves to its incumbent area, then we'll take all of it from there. So let's take it from there. Let's speak loud to me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Akim Kanya, Youth MP for Neon constituency. Thank you.
Yeah. I have started the other report. Yeah. Sorry, okay. Yes, the next person.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Kumon John Sarah, Youth MP for Lower West Akim. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Fiabo Michael, Youth MP for Gomoas East constituency.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I respond to Better Frankfurt, Kelvin, the Youth MP for Abat East. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Nathaniel Tettegah, the Youth MP for Kangaroo North. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I still respond to the name Richmond Seku from Cape Coast North constituency. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and the guest house. I'm Bukuma Onyega Bright, Youth MP for Tema West.
Yeah. So I think, Marshall, if you can now move to your actual place, then you can capture the rest from there.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Julius Sabagba, Youth MP for Agbobli South constituency. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Right. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and the guest house. I go by the name Samson Setrapia, Youth MP for Tamale South constituency. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Julius Kofi-Bansa, Youth MP for Agorsor constituency.
Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and the guest house. I go by the name Seya Kufa, Youth MP for Assin South constituency. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker in the House. My name is Anthony Charles, Youth MP for Karaga constituency, and I am so honored to be part of this parliament. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Delis Ruben Azano, Youth MP for Agbobli constituency. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respond to the name Harisena Abude, Youth MP for All Central constituency.
Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker in the House. As you know, I am called Francis Kodzi Kwame, Youth MP for Afram Place North, the majority leader of the House. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to welcome all the new MPs, and I would say that I am happy to see how great you have come in your numbers. I believe this is not going to be a show off, but it's going to be something that we'll keep doing in the previous meetings that are yet to come. And I am happy that my brother on the other side of the house, as they always have active leadership since the second parliament, I think that's going to continue in this third parliament, looking at how things are going. And my outdooring brother there, we will meet today hand to hand and see how it goes. I also want to use this opportunity to invite all of you to my salon that is very close to Opoli. You want to braid your hair, cut your hair, make up, you want to marry, whatever. I mean, you can. Yeah, it's a unisex salon, photo shoot or whatever you want to do.
Okay.
You can get to, when you get to Opoli, you just cross the classic beauty. Cross classic beauty. So when you get there, you can give me a call. In fact, I'll give you a very beautiful percentage. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Some other members just enter the chamber. We hear from them, but you'll be captured from where the camera is. So please, introduce yourself, the handsome man.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I go by the name Chill Divine, Youth MP for Agbobli.
Yes, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker in the House. I respond to the name Janduma Nobles, MP for Agbobli. No, thank you.
And then the last one standing, smiling to the camera.
My name is Agorsor. Youth MP for Agbobli.
And then Marshal, if you look at the back bench, the back door, the back desk, we have at the back the Deputy Marshal, Emergency, Deputy Marshal, VIP Protection, Daniel Gaku. And then we have Deputy Marshal, Emergency Response, Richmond Agbobli. And then the Finance Director of the movement, Ms. Tettegah. And then the cameraman himself, no other person than our own Marshal, Lieutenant Commander. I've forgotten all the terms. Kentle Ben Kite. Our members, it's a beautiful day. Before we proceed to the business, in fact, I'll give that as an update attached to the business committee. For Honorable Majority Leader, the floor is yours. Business committee, annual business committee report.
Mr. Speaker, I think the hand is up.
Oh, okay. Acting Second Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker in the House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to the maze.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me explain why the maze is actually leaning. As a matter of fact, it should be standing upright. But when it stands upright, the speaker will be completely blocked. You cannot see my handsome face again.
Yeah.
You will only be admiring our beautiful and eloquent, exquisite lookingness. So due to that, we have decided that the maze will lean. It does not mean the rules have been relaxed. When the maze is leaning, it means the rules of the House have been relaxed. But this one, it is for the purposes that the speaker will not be blocked. So thank you very much. Honorable Majority Leader, Annual Business Committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am very happy this afternoon to update the House on the fact that last sitting, which was the inaugural sitting, was a success. And those of us who were present, I believe that we can see and attest to the fact that it was a beautiful event where we had Mr. Boga and then Honorable Peter Nochu Kodzi as our guests of honors, who also briefed us and educated us on a lot of things. Today, we were supposed to have Honorable Daniel Convened, who is also an NDC former parliamentary candidate for Central Town, and also as our guest who just left, Honorable Kentle Agbobli, who also just left us. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that today the motion for the House is one of a kind that I believe we've all studied and learned and prepared to come and deliberate on, to know our stance as young people, as in what we can say about Ghana being 66 years and what we have gained so far. This happens to be the business committee report, which I present to the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the business committee report has been presented. Any comments? Any comments on the business committee report? May I state that the business committee report is declared adopted after no comments or after issues have been raised. May I humbly apologize to the House for the condition that we are in right now. I already explained that things have not gone per our plans. And in addition, our arrangement for the refreshment has also turned an unfortunate way. We have made full provision for refreshments, only to hear that it has been buried and cannot be heard from again. So let me be frank with you. I'm not sure that it will see the light of the day. I just want you to know so that if that is the case, you know how to psych your mind. Okay? Because if you know that it's not coming, you know how to prepare. You psych your mind properly. Yes, we actually made provision for it. But just as the sitting is going on, I just said the update that it will not come. So please, I want to apologize for that. I'm very sorry. But at the end, we'll still debate. I want to thank you very much for being the strong NDC one. But please, if you are thirsty, we have pure water there. Okay? Sorry, sachet water. It's not pure, it's just a sachet water. So please. Honourable members, any contribution to the business committee report? Please, the motion. I want to assure you that within 20 minutes we will arrive at the motion. The motion is an opportunity for all of us to speak. Let us all try and speak and go on the record. Please, if you are not following our social media handles, please go and follow the handles because we will publicize you there. I want to inform you that we have already prepared the templates for your flyers. Every youth MP is going to have a flyer dedicated to him with his position, and if you hold a community leadership position, it will be put there with a picture of your choice. That is what we do as this house. We will adore you on all our social media handles: Facebook, Instagram, X, LinkedIn, YouTube, Telegram, WhatsApp. Name them all. We will adore you there. What we are giving you, money cannot pay for. So please, we want you to know. Start preparing the pictures of your choice to be on the posters. And we create posters for every committee. Okay, when we get to that'll be item 15, I'll give you the update on the selection of committee leadership. I'll give you the update on that. So that is all for now. Honourable members, any other contribution on the business committee report? In the absence of any contribution, the business committee report for the second sitting of the first session of the third Parliament of YIP Ghana of YIP, dated Sunday, 10th September 2023, hereby stands adopted as business to be transacted for today's sitting. Members, I believe you all have copies of the Constitution and the standing orders. Let's learn how to use them. That is how we learn. Because those of you who get to the assemblies as assembly members, and those of you who get to Parliament of Ghana one day, you have to learn this. So, honourable members, let's learn to use it. We'll now move to, yes, let me apologize on behalf of Honourable Daniel Kobe, the former NDC Parliamentary Aspirant for Central Town. Unfortunately, he has been caught up in a circumstance beyond his control, and we are not certain that he will make it. So I want to apologize on his behalf. We'll move straight to commencement of private business. Questions? Item 9 on the order paper. Honourable members, any questions? If you have any question, you are curious about something you want to ask, or you have a question, this is the time that you can ask it. In SRC parliaments, they call them any other business. In this house, they are private business. Do you have any questions? Maybe you are curious about something you want to know, please ask. Honourable members, the floor is open for questions. Oh, you are okay? Yes. Honourable Richmond.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I still go by the name Richmond Anesiko. Youth MP for Cape Coast North. Mr. Speaker, this is my first time here, but I've realized something. You know, we are imitating the National Parliament. So it means whatever that they do over there is what we do here. But when we look at their sittings, we could realize that nobody sits beside the Speaker of Parliament. We could only see the Speaker being sat alone, where the Clerk and then the deputies sit somewhere down there. So I just want to find out why it is being done here. And then we also had a visitor who occupied an high seat. I believe we have a room for guests where when they visit us, we make them feel comfortable. And then we had 2 visitors, but one was being given a prestigious and the other another treatment, of which I felt we were being biased. So this is what I have for the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for your brilliant question, Honourable. Honourable members, the Honourable is the Speaker of Parliament for this university. That is why he is curious about that. Yes, Honourable member, when we use the 8 years RCGCR, there is a stage that we use as the Speaker's days. So anytime we use the Speaker has a table that is higher than the Clerk's table. So in that circumstance, I sit higher. But for this venue, there is no stage. And due to that, that is why I'm using a taller chair, so that you can see that I'm higher than the others. Under normal circumstances, I'm not supposed to sit on the same table with them. But it is due to the venue arrangement that it is going like this. That is why the presiding officer is seated on a higher chair. So that at least when the chair is higher, you can somehow call it a high table. Yes. With reference to the guest who actually sat here is one of the guests of honor we have scheduled for. The other person is not. That was why he sat at a different place. And the reason why we could not have them sit together was that was not the arrangement. So we went with our initial arrangement. Actually, had we had the 2 guests around, we would have seated here and then the 2 clerks would sit close to them. So these are the reasons why things have gone this way. Have I answered all your questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable members, any other questions? Yes, Honourable George.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And thank you, Address House. Please, I want to raise concern about the absenteeism of other honourable members in the House. I'm using myself as an example. I don't stay in Bo. I come from Ontario.
Oh.
Okay. And so if meetings are going to be held and from your reports, Honourable Speaker, you made it aware that if an honourable member is not being able to come for meetings 3 times, you send the person to the committee. Well, that's okay. But Honourable Speaker, I want to suggest that we should look at a distance where someone is. If, for instance, the person stays in the way and the person is not coming for meetings, that raises an alarm. But someone who is in Accra or somewhere Eastern region is not be able to come for sittings for 3 times. It should be padded at least. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member, thank you very much. You have raised an important question. What I said was that I stated it clearly that until you take your oath, you are not substantive. when you don't take your oath, it's quite a problem. That is why you have to take your oath within the first 3 months. If you fail to take your oath, until the house is ready to still give you a grace period, that is when it would allow you and keep waiting for you. So until you take your oath, that is when the rules of the house can actually apply to you. You are not a youth MP, you are just a youth MP designate, but not substantive. So for the people, Honorable Richmond is from Cape Coast. He came from Cape Coast just to take his oath. In his circumstance, I can give him permission out to next year to come in January because he has taken his oath and is substantive. But if someone has not taken his oath, I cannot give you any permission because you are not even a substantive MP. And if they fail to take their oath, by October, November, we'll have to consider their fate, whether their consent will revoke or not. This is a very vibrant house. We are not like those dormant parliaments, youth parliaments that sit only twice in a year. In this house, we sit once every month. Because you call this a youth parliament, and we don't hold sittings for you to learn the team, then why is it a youth parliament? This is a house where you are supposed to be groomed. So it is from our sittings that you learn that from. So if we are not sitting for you to be groomed, then what else do you want? Is it just the name that you want to put on CVs? Or you don't want the training? So for this house, we take our sittings very important because this is where you learn from. This is an opportunity for you to be outdoors. So people who have not seen the fact that they have to be committed to take their oath, we cannot allow them to keep on using our name. For all of you here, it is because you have seen the value of what we are doing. That is why you are here. You think you don't have anything to do? At least you can sleep. This is Sunday in the afternoon. You should be sleeping by now. Why are you here? It's because you know the value you are going to gain from this house. So if someone has not seen the value to gain from this house, to at least take his oath to become a substantive, I beg. But we'll have to determine his fate whether or not we are ready to give him a grace period. Now, in the case of the substantive, anyone who takes his oath, I can give permission of absence to the person 3 times. The standing order, if I may refer honorable members to standing order 34, if you have your standing orders with you, standing order 34, it says absence of leave without leave of a youth MP. A member of Parliament shall not absent himself during a session for more than 3 consecutive sittings without permission in writing to the Speaker. So it means, if anything, if you write permission letter, you are using order 33. So you come for inauguration of this one, and you write permission letter for, let's say, September, October, November. You have exhausted the 3 opportunities. You miss November, you miss December. You are still free. But January, you have to come. Or order 34 will catch up with you. Yeah, so the rules are clear. But if you don't even take permission, the 3rd time, the rules will catch up with you. And this is not the first time we are doing it. In the 2nd Parliament, we booted out not less than 45 MPs. Not less than 45 MPs. Because if we are the youth and we want the people at the top to do the right thing, let us demonstrate it to show our readiness to uphold the rule of law and that the right thing be done. If we cannot even do the right thing, then I beg to differ. The future might not be for us. So, for those who are coming from afar, I will give you permission if you tell me you cannot come. But those who are in home, I will be skeptical about giving them permission. Because someone coming from Cape Coast, Oxy region, some of you are here, you came from what? Applaus. Some of you coming from Accra. And Faith, is it Dana? Just came from Accra. Faith is here. Who else? No. Coming from it? No. Northern region. And you are here. And you that you are in hope, we should give you permission for halt. Honourable members, we beg to differ. You don't take this house serious. Yes, you don't take this house serious. So, honourable members, the rule is clear. Show your commitment, and you also benefit from the house. So that is my take on that. Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Agorsor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Please can you call the Marshal to listen to this?
Honourable Marshal, you are called to assume your duty. Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The name is Belief, acting minority leader of the Agbobli House today. I also want to raise an issue concerning lateness. Today, as the guest was talking to us, and people who came in late were guided just in front of the guest. And one way or the other, in communication, when you see a lot of movement around, it distracts you. We don't know what to say again, if you know a little about communication. So I want to put on the floor that we should find a solution for that. When they are late, maybe we can hold on the signing. Maybe when the first session is over, you can go and sign or something. Or the table should be placed at a vantage point where you will not be eye over them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable, I thought you wanted to follow up on the matter. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and the August House. My name is Enoch Nyajo, Youth MP for Impriso constituency. I raised a sign of follow-up concerning what the Honourable Member raised, and also I was glad to hear the permission of absence for the guest speaker who couldn't make it. So I want to ask our people or the leaders of the parliament, both the majority and the minority. I didn't hear anything concerning their absence. So I want to ask if they asked permission or they didn't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The leaders, do you want to speak for your people? On the side of the parliamentary service, the assistant clerks have asked for permission. The clerk himself and then the deputy clerk operations. For the marshal, deputy marshal information security has actually asked for permission. I'm yet to hear from deputy marshal physical security. The leaders, anything for your people? I have not heard any permission. Maybe you have not seen it yet. Yes. Majority leader.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the members was posted that on a platform where I directed him to do the right thing by communicating to the speaker, which I don't know he has done. Now, regarding to the issue about my other leaders who I am yet to hear from, I want this to be on record that in the third parliament, if the leadership is going to be exhibiting the attitude of absenteeism, then the House needs to look at that and make sure that we don't tolerate that or take that from any of them. Because I think we should be a good example to our followers or our caucus. So when we are present, it will always encourage our caucus to always be present. So to my other leaders who are not here, I believe they should play this recording and hear the fact that I'm saying if in the next sittings they are not here, I would push an agenda to keep them out of the House. Thank you very much.
Before we hear, you want to table, okay, please, I've received an app in writing from the Youth MP for Ningo Pram and Agorsor and my deputy speakers that they will not be absent, that they will not be present. So that is the notice of the House. And yes, who else? I think that's all in my possession. So anyone else? Yes, the minority leader as well has informed me that he will not be present. That is why he's not here. So that's all in my possession. Okay, so that's all for absentees. So honourable members, I take it that that's the end of questions. Are there any other questions? In the absence of any questions, we move to item 10, statements. Are there any statements? I'm aware of the festival going on in town. It's not Agorsor, right? Tettegah is ongoing. So, those of you who know the activities, please put it on the page so that we'll participate. I've received a letter from the National Youth Authority, Home Municipal Secretariat, calling on us to attend for one of their capacity building. So I'll share the details on the page. So what we are doing is actually recognized. Okay, so when opportunities come, they call on us. So I'll share that with us. Those of you who are in town would also go. Let me also inform you that I was also present at the 2023 National Youth Conference to represent youth in Parliament, held at the University of Ghana. So we are recognized. We received invites, and we'll share some of the invites to you. So, honourable members, those of you who take up committee leadership positions, please, they are not for joke. When we get there, we'll talk about it very well, because we don't want to appoint dormant people to the leadership positions. We have, when we get there, we'll talk about it. So, that is it. The Tettegah, please, if you have the timeline, I almost said table of contents. The activities, please share them with us so that we will be informed and will participate accordingly. Honourable members, in the absence of any statements, petitions. Are there any petitions? I believe there are no petitions. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of commencement of private business. We will now move to public business. Honourable members, the votes and proceedings and the official report has been shared on the page, the YIP Third Parliamentarians page. Please, if you are there, go and check the PDF. It was shared yesterday by the YIP contact. Those of you who don't have the other paper, we have more other papers here. The Deputy Clerk Finance will share it with you. Please, have you located the votes and proceedings? The votes and proceedings. Is there any observer here? Sorry, if you're an observer, you have to sign in. So one of the deputy marshals will come for this so that observers will sign in. Please, have you located the votes and proceedings in official report? It's on the WhatsApp page. Now here we want to go a little bit digital. So it's only the speaker's copy that is available. Yes, it's only the speaker's copy that is. So please, if you have located it, we move to item 12 on the other paper, commencement of public business, votes and proceedings. Honourable members, the votes and proceedings for the first sitting of the first session of the Third Parliament, dated Saturday, 12 August 2023. Page 1. Please, we are taking corrections and matters arising at the same time. Page 1. Page 2. Please, if you have not signed attendance, ensure you sign it because it goes into the votes and proceedings prepared by the table office. Page 2. Page 3. Please, honourable members, are you checking the copy? Or you don't have phones? Are you phoneless? Okay. Please check your names and your constituencies, whether it's the right data. Yes, Honorable Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is George Agbobli, one constituency. The names, in fact, my name, I have a problem.
Okay.
My dad is George Obi.
Oh, okay.
I can't take that from him. I am George Jr. So please, that should be corrected.
Thank you very much. Okay. Honour members, that's 29. It should be George Obi Jr. Yeah. Thank you very much. Honour members, page 3. Yes, Honourable Acting Second Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Agorsor. Youth MP for Ashaiman. Mr. Speaker, item number 55. My constituency has been spelled wrong.
Okay. It should be what?
It should be ASHAI, not IE.
So this one is Ash.
Ashai. This one I don't know how to pronounce it.
So Ashai and this one is Ashia. Okay. One of them is supposed to be Ashai. Okay. One of them. Honourable members. Yes, honourable.
Thank you, Mr. My name is Paul Udome.
Okay.
Youth MP for Achiasi constituency. I was present at the inaugural meeting, but my name has been omitted from the list.
Okay, one of them. Paul Udome. Paul
Udome.
Okay, for the constituency.
Achiasi.
Achiasi. It will be included in the records. Honourable members, page 3. Page 4. Page 4. Honourable members, in the absence of any further correction on matters arising, the votes and proceedings of the first sitting of the first session of the third Parliament, into brackets inaugural sitting, held on Saturday, 12 August 2023, hereby stands adopted with the corrections as tabled to the table office as the true reflection of the inaugural sitting. Honourable members, we move to the official report. Item 13 on the other paper. It was also shared with the votes and proceedings. Official report, corrections and matters arising. Page 1. Have you all located the official report? Yes, page 1. I thought honourable members would ask the difference between votes and proceedings and official reports. Do you know the difference? You know? Okay. Page 2. Page 3. So I think saying it should be corrected for George Obi Jr. Yes. And then for Udome should also be included as having taken his oath at the inaugural sitting. So these two corrections, table office, take note of that. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Honourable members, official report of the first sitting of the first session of the third Parliament, dated Saturday, 12 August 2023, hereby stands adopted as true reflection of proceedings of the inaugural sitting. Honourable members, how is your experience so far? Are you feeling the vibe of the house? Yes. You are feeling the heat? Yes. Okay. Honourable members, overview of the expense. Item 14. Overview of the expense of the inaugural sitting. Honourable members, as you know, the inaugural sitting was held on the 12th of August 2023 at HTU SRC JCR. As you know, a lot has been spent on that day. And since we have taken levies from you that we are still taking, it's important that we account on how money has been spent. It is believed that accountability should be something we should promote. Therefore, we have to be transparent in our dealings over here. As you know, the inaugural sitting was handled by the movement because it is a transition from one parliament to the other. So it was handled by the leadership of the movement. I equally spearhead the movement as the executive director. And I'm sorry that it has not been sent, but I'll just tell you the details. So, honourable members, the executive board of the movement prepared a budget of 4,000 cedis for the inauguration. A budget of 4,000 cedis for the inauguration. Videography 600, photography 300, sound 300. Printings, we spent around 800 cedis on printings. We spent around 800 cedis on printings. We spent around 150 as additional expense on the base. The base actually cost us around 450 cedis. Bulk SMS that we have been sending to you. How many of you have been receiving the bulk SMS? Yes. We also spent on that the fuel for our errands. We spent around 200 cedis for the fuel. And then the food. We spent around 1,030 cedis for the food. The bottled water, 198 cedis. The batteries for the microphone, the stationaries, the batteries 85, stationary 75, and then the refreshment for the guests. So the budget was 4,000, but the expense of that day amounted to 4,500. The expense for that day actually amounted to 4,545 cedis. That was the total expense of the inauguration. We are hoping that we could fund it completely from the inaugural expense. The total of the inaugural expense as of then was only 2,200. So we had to secure pre-finance for about another 2,200. Luckily, Honorable Nochikote donated an amount of 2,000. So right after his donation, we cleared all our debts. But we don't use donations for recurrent expenses. We don't do that here because someone cannot come and donate to us and we tell him we have no evidence to show for. That is why for all the donations that we have received, we have done something for them. So we want to recoup the donation that entered into the clearing of the debts so that we can use it to do something. That is why we are still calling on any of you who have not paid the levy to pay so that we can recoup that 2,000 cedis and do a substantial project with it that we can use it to point to that, yes, this is what we have done with the money. So this is the actual overview of the expense. Honourable members, any comments? Yes, Honourable Bili.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The name still remains Bili Agorsor, acting deputy minority leader of today. During your presentation of the finance, I heard you saying around. I believe so much that we've grown to reach a certain level for we to go to budget or go to mention correct figures. And also, I want to believe that all those items that has been purchased during the inaugural session, there's a receipt to it.
Yes.
So that tomorrow, nobody stand and say that these people have opened something and they are just benefiting from it.
Yes.
So I do not spoil the growth of the movement.
Yes.
So I plead that the next time we don't want to be hearing around. It's not, we don't like it. And there should be a receipt to that.
Yes. Thank you very much. For the records, I said around for the budget. The budget was an estimation. But for what we spent, I think I mentioned the details straightforward. I didn't see around.
No, you said
I mentioned
around.
Oh, okay, then forgive me because the details are here. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As my brother has said, the acting minority leader has said, it is good that we have an evidence of expenses for whatever we do. Probably if the receipt or whatever proof we have to always stand and defend that can be shared with the leadership. So at least the leadership will be aware of these figures. So when their caucus are trying to say things that are not right, then leadership will always continue to defend the movement. Then also to encourage last I was observing on the page and someone was saying that the inauguration is over. For that reason, there is no need for the payment of the inaugural levy. I don't think that is right. Because when you have been levied, either the event has passed or not, you are supposed to pay that levy because you are part of the group or the organization. I believe all the new MPs that came, you were given all the brochures, including the constitution and all that. These are costs. They are things that money has been used to purchase. So if you are yet to pay your levy, please, it's good that we pay. So we can cover up with the debts that we are supposed to pay. All of us, probably if you can pay more than that, it's good. It's good as a movement, we have, or as a house, we have money under us. If we are hoping to become politicians and we are finding it difficult to do some of these things, then it's going to have future effects on us because probably our hands may not be able to open if we get to the top. So I'm glad and I want to announce that we should all pay so that probably we can be going on an excursion. If there's money, they will not levy you to pay all those things. If we are going for an excursion or we want to go to the Parliament House and there is money, there is no way the House will say that, okay, let's pay this transportation or whatever, because we have an already cash under us. So I want to encourage all of us to pay the levy and also the dues. Some of us, those of us who have backlogs to pay, let's try hard and clear that as well, so we can also pay ahead. After the dues, a whole year is 60 cities. We spend more than 60 cities on data. Trust me. Some of us spend like 400, 500, 600 cities a month on data. So how much more 60 cities for a whole year? So thank you very much, and I believe we are all going to do that so that we can keep moving as the most active youth parliament in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Yes, Richmond. Let's hear from Richmond.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. In fact, I believe one of the paramount reasons for which this movement was being established is to instill confidence in our members. So I was expecting that we have Kentle, the Finance Minister, amongst us, who would come and then render all that transpired through the inauguration, not the Right Honourable Speaker. But when you do that, you'll be doing all the things that you will be doing. So next time, we call all the various officers, various leaders to come and do whatever that we have been assigned to do. Other than that, for me, it will send a signal that it is the right honorable speaker who is doing each and everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, honorable members, please, as I said, at the movement I acted in a different capacity. So I was not doing it in the name of the speaker, but rather as executive. But your take has been taken and it will be considered. Thank you very much. Yes, honorable.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I believe this youth movement should have a core base, and that base should be accountability.
Yes.
And when we are talking about accountability, it is not just only coming to present something and that is the end. It's a process. What I want to say is that before we going forward, we need to make sure every service of goods that this movement will embark on, there should be a procurement committee, if there is. But if not, then we should do something about it. So that whatever that we are going to do, there must be bidding, there must be value for money, not just Julius in charge going to talk to some one or two people, generate receipt, bring it. Yes, someone coming with the receipt that I bought from Mr. A or B should be considered, yes. It's okay, but if there is value for money, I believe there should be 3 or 4 people should be considered where you audit their prices, look at the prices, you take them through the procurement selection process. Whoever that needs to be given that service to, we allow. Other than that, as someone said, it will be some rubber stamp form of a movement where money is being contributed or levy is being levied on the members of the movement. They contribute at the end of the day. Yes, someone will keep it to himself, but me, I won't keep it to myself. I'll say it. So that at the end of the day, our name out there will not be tagged with any issue of embezzlement or fund, because we are grooming ourselves. So if issues are being raised later in the future, look at the integrity of the members alone going to contest tomorrow. They'll say, well, maybe on your CV, a member of what? YIM. And then later they say, oh, you people, you've heard of your story. So I think going forward, we should look at those things. So the committee should do the procurement and everything. So you should not come and then fall from those kind of things. With a great respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable, I get you, but just to say, those procurement procedures are for big projects. We can't do that for buying sachet water. Okay, I get you, but as I said, I didn't do that in my capacity as speaker. We did that at the level of the movement. So at the level of the movement, where we are taking and then we work on it, okay. But when it comes to the parliament, it's the special budget committee that usually does those things. Okay, but if we are doing it in the capacity of the parliament, these are structures. But in the movement, certain things will be followed. So if we do a big project, we'll work on that. But we can't do that for these little expenses. But all taking, how much assurance that we are not doing anything or we are not hiding anything from you? Some of us, our monies have equally entered this. It's all for the future. If I'm scared about something, I'll not come and account to you about things that I'll tell you that it happened at the, at the hierarchy of the movement. But it is all for things to be clear to us, and we are still learning. So please, have my assurance that we are not doing anything behind you, and we have taken your take into consideration. You want to correct a fact? Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, the statements I made, the statement I made was just not to tag you.
Okay.
But I'm looking at the future.
The future, yes, sure.
And also,
yes,
it will be prudent for us to take all our suppliers through these processes,
yes,
so that tomorrow, if you are not there and someone is there, we have it on in our books, yes, that Mr. A is the one to give us catering services. Yes. Mr. B is the one that to give us water anytime we are having programs. Yes. So we know 3 or 4 people coming, and then at the end of the day, one person who won the bidding. Yes. We know this is the one that will be supplying us till eternity. Other than that, Me too, I can see somewhere when you appoint me as a committee, a procurement committee or budget whatsoever committee, I can go and talk to Mr. Davis. The thing is once again, I want you to give it to me 150 pesos. So I'm paying 150 pesos. There is receipt on it though, but behind the door, we are losing money. Those are the corruption.
Yes. Well noted. Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Belief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Belief. I want to say here, Seth, I just want to add a flesh to it. And you made us know that procurement or budget committees for bigger projects. And I believe that, as we said earlier on, what the foundation of this movement is that we're in a learning process. Yes. So I believe that little it is, let's learn from them. Exactly. Let's learn from them. Exactly. As you were saying, one person were doing that can go and forge a receipt. Oh yes. It's happening. I went to Togo myself the other weekend to do some auditing work. And the guy who took me was telling me when I go back, I'll go and tell my boss that this what we have what do you call it? The expenses we have raised. Did you get it? I was telling him, but I just kept quiet because the boss is not treating me fast, and I left. It's bad though, but I believe that let us start small. Yes. And hiring a photographer, paying him about 800 and it's a big project. I believe so. It's big money to us. Let us not be, it's big money to us. Even 100 is a big money to us. So let us start small. Then we grow with it. And then I will read the top, then we can't do anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Godwin.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to contribute to hold my brother in my acting leader Seth. Mr. Speaker, in containing in the inaugural of the third Parliament, the portfolios over here, we have so many portfolios in it.
No, are you coming to talk about the expenses?
I am driving at the point.
No, because the subject matter is the expense. So if
yes, I am driving towards it.
Okay.
So my brother made the other brother made a point that he thinks you are not the one to render the finance report, which I think I agree with him, because on our program or whatever over here, we have in the among the executive directors of the movement, we have finance director, which is Madam Benedicta Jacquet. I think she is to be the right person giving that account today. But where it seems like every report is given by Mr. Speaker, for us it may seem like it may indicate to us as if your colleagues are not co-working with you. So going forward, I think everybody who is having a position in this movement should be able to act on their responsibility. Thank you.
Any other commentary on the expenses? Okay, so I take it that we are all okay. So please, our last plea, if you have not paid the levy, please pay. We have a lot of projects, so we want to acquire a mini speaker so that we will not come for sittings and then we are frustrated using manpower. We want to acquire the roads for our Senate, incoming Senate. Because out of all the parliaments in Ghana, none of them is bicameral. YIP is moving to a different level. So let me give you a hint. Those of you who are interested in being senators in the future, you can start it today. And the last one, please. This year, we want to go to Parliament of Ghana and visit the Right Honorable Speaker and observe proceedings. As our Honorable said, if you don't have money under us, that means we'll have to what? Charge you differently again. Assuming all of you have paid the levy, we will be able to budget for transportation and pay for fuel. But as of now, we don't have anything under us because members are refusing to pay the levy. So please, I want to call on all of you to be ambassadors, because you all know that this is the youth parliament that is charging the least. but doing the most. Youth model parliament, around 150, 200. Before you even follow youth leadership parliament, you pay a lot of money, you go through 6 months of elections, voting, before you get there. Youth leadership parliament, the form is free. You go through vetting free. It is after you have been designated before we call on you to pay a levy. This is the least parliament this is the parliament that is demanding least from you and giving you more. So please, we are not just, it's not like we want to take your money and do nothing. You can see the work that we are doing. A lot of work is going, so this is just a little commitment from you. So please, let us all be ambassadors and encourage our colleagues to pay. Thank you very much. On this note, this is not a motion, so it's just an overview of the expenses. And we have all, in a unanimous consent, have agreed that expenses have been made. And we have all consented that let's charge our colleagues to pay. So thank you very much. Honour members, progress report on committee on selection. A very important part. Honour members, please, you all know the committees of the House. We have plenty positions to give, but we don't want to give it to dormant people. Honour members, the positions here, they are there plenty. 80% of the House will have a leadership position. If this is a leadership forum, then there must be one position for people to serve in. And the positions are there. But the question is that, would you be able to perform the job? The standing committees, they have chairperson, vice chairperson, ranking member, deputy ranking member. The select committees, they have chairpersons and ranking members. 35 committees, it means to be having 35 chairs and 35 ranking members. And we're having 16 vice chairpersons and 16 ranking members. The committee on selection, of which I chair, have started working on it. As of now, we are still examining the leaders of the committees, the chairpersons. We are still looking through the list. I will not go to anyone where you have been put to, but we have been considering the form that you filled. You indicated the leadership position you wish to occupy. You also indicated the committees you want to be part of, and we are looking through them. I have contacted just a few of you about your interest. Some of you have not contacted you. I will not be able to call the details in the camera, but behind doors we'll sort that out. Honour members, those of you who watched the post-inaugural orientation, we explained the roles over there. If you are interested in a leadership role, please, after the sitting, you can contact me and then we'll see whether I've made provision for you. Maybe I'll put you somewhere, but you feel you cannot do it. You want to ask me where you have been placed at. All I want you to know is that this time I want the committee system to work. In the last parliament, only few committees were active. But this parliament, we want the committee system to work. We want the committee system to work. So please, we have a full list of the committee leadership here, but this is just a list that we are reviewing. Some people's names will be taken out if we don't see anything. Initially, what our plan is that if you have not taken the oath by the first or second, you will not be part. Because we need to see your commitment. We cannot appoint you to hold a leadership position if you are not even a substantive member of parliament. So it is those of you who have presented yourself, have taken your oath, that we wish to consider. If any of you have a different opinion, you can share with us that maybe someone is committed but is not able to come. How do we do about that? So we are in a bit of a dilemma. Because people that we think can do the job are not able to do the job. So I'm announcing that if you are interested in being part of the leadership of the committee, you can PM me, you can WhatsApp my number. Please, have you all saved my number? Because for me, I want to save the contacts of all you families. If you have not WhatsApp me before, please WhatsApp me so that I save your number. Or if you have not had any chat, at least send me hi and say you are honorable this and that and write your constituency. So that you know you have had with the speaker before. Please, I want to say it again. I said it in my acceptance speech. But I want to state it again. That I will not be the speaker for the 4th Parliament. I'm only starting the process to put us there. I can't be the speaker forever. So, in case you feel that because I founded the entire initiative, I'm going to be speaker forever, I lie. I won't. From here, I'll go and start the Senate too. And after I start it small, someone else will come and lead. This is for all of us to have a feel. As you know, those of you who are interested in having a feel of how it feels to be here, we can appoint you to act in this authority. In fact, before we continue, we want someone to act as first deputy speaker for this sitting. Caucus is here. Which of you is interested in acting for today? We want an acting today. The substantive is not around. If you are interested, raise your hand. You are interested in acting. That's the only hand. No. Is there any other hand? You want to act. You want to act. Should we vote or should we vote for acting?
That's the hands are more than two. Should vote.
Majority leader, please raise your hands. And today, I want to give the prerogative to the majority leader to appoint an acting first deputy speaker.
Who is the second person? Please, the second person. No, you come and act. Not this group. No, you wait. Let me have the speaker.
Oh, okay.
So, Mr. Speaker, I've selected the honorable member. Please, your name. Come again.
Have you acted? Have you chaired in the committee before? So you know, did you know chairing skills? Okay. Majority leader, may I please that you ask the same questions of the second person too? Let's see.
Okay. Please, have you also been? Have you chaired
Not only of you in Parliamentary, in your life, have you chaired a committee before? So do you know chairing skills? Okay, majority leader, I'm calling on to you again because it's not like we are not coming to train.
Okay, so you see, in this case, it's like you are using your CV. Looking at your CV, I think our brother should help us do that.
Okay, so the Caucus, are you okay with the person to ask for today? Yeah. Once he wears the robe. Yes. So please come on. For you to act as first deputy speaker for today. Yes. So honor members, all we are trying to say is that we all want to build our capacity. And there are lots of platforms and opportunities for us to build our capacities. Youth Impact Parliament is not only for me, it's for all of us here. And we all have to learn before we move here to another place. So please, I don't want to do favoritism or anything in appointing the leadership. It's an entire committee that will approve this. I only have the prerogative of nominating people. And today, I want to announce to you that if you are interested, contact me and let me know so that we can put you in. If you are not interested, some of you are here, you want to still learn, so you want someone to take the lead. The list is here. These are the nominees. I haven't even presented it to the committee because I'm still reviewing it. It's after the sitting that I'll present it to the committee to look at. Some of you have contacted you ahead, but those of you have not contacted. If you have an interest in leading a committee, maybe you want to be chairman or vice chairman or ranking member or deputy, please contact me. If you have already indicated it in your form, I've already seen it. Yes, but if you, maybe some of you have it in your heart that you must be a chairperson, or you must be a vice, or ranking member, or deputy, please, you can still contact me, okay? Don't assume I've seen it. If it is in your heart, for me to know that this guy here will have to give me the opportunity, just WhatsApp me, or after the sitting, or when I'm free. And let's see. You can still work on the list. This is not the final list. Okay? Honourable members, any comments? Yes, Honourable Belief.
Thank you, Honourable Mr. Speaker. The name is Belief Agorsor, the acting minority leader for today's sitting. I don't know the criteria you are using to choose the committee head and everything, but I want to plead that when choosing, we should look at people in the region which can be available anytime. Maybe somebody who is outside the region can be ranking or be a member, so that when the need arises that we want to scare the person, not that the person will be giving an excuse. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, any commentaries on the progress on the appointment of committee leadership members? Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during our filing of nomination, I believe each and every one of us select.
Oh, please, you didn't introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Julius Kofi Bansa.
Okay.
I also am in constituency. I believe each and every one of us select a committee of which he or she thinks they have the capacity, the potential to serve. So on that note, I'll plead with you to go by that. Because if you should change anything and later the person is not performing or not performing, you can put the blame on the speaker that the speaker, I choose a committee. And then you change it from, maybe that is the reason why I'm not performing. So I think in the national parliament, that is how it is now. During, after everybody is being elected and they go to parliament, you choose a committee. And then if you are being approved to serve on that committee. So let's go by that and then.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before you follow up, I stated categorically that that is the base for the constitution. I first look at that, the designations and the committee you choose. But in addition, I'm not in the head of the people. Some people might have been changed along the way. That is why I'm giving another opportunity for people to supplement that indication. Yes, please.
Thank you very much once again. My name is Belief. I believe that speaker going by the what people have chosen for him to be maybe head or member. Sometimes, for example, like the second parliament experience, people were given leadership positions and they are not here. Did you get it? So I believe that this time around, we want to be more serious. Whereby, assuming somebody doesn't come for meetings and give that person a finance, a head of something like that. I mean, the person will not come another account for us and we'll be in a mess. Did you get it? So, aside people have chosen what they want to be, there should also be a consideration by the committee, by your punctuality, how you attend meetings. Because you can't put you over there and tomorrow say, go out there and be a head of so and so, and you don't know what you are doing. It's also tarnish the image of the movement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable. Okay. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and the Aguirre House. The name is Enoch Nyajo. Youth MP for Impraiso constituency. I was thinking my honorable member, Honorable Bansa, would rather call or ask that you include the procurement committee on your committees, but rather he raised a different angle because he was calling for procurement procedures or a committee to handle that.
Oh,
I was thinking
I clarified to him that the special budget committee does that. That was why he raised it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, any other commentary on the progress? Yes. Honourable Richmond.
Thank you, Right Honourable. The name still remains Richmond Second. Case goes to the first case. Right, Honorable Speaker, where I'm sitting, and the committees that you raise, we can even bring the whole of 8 TU students, and then we'll not be able to occupy that portfolio. So I believe, and I would suggest that we know our mode of dealings. Would there be any way for us to prioritize the peculiar positions that is being needed urgently, so that we know that we are working with this number of people? Sometimes when you broaden the horizon and then you bring in more people, it's one way or the other brings in social buffet, in the sense that this person will say that this person will do it, this person will, and then you realize that nobody has done the work. So I would suggest that let's prioritize it. Let's form some small committee. Then we bring on board the hard-working ones. And my honorable minority leader raised a motion or said something that let's consider those that they are staying around. For me, I would say that let's consider those that they have passion for whatever that they are coming to do. Other than that, you end up achieving nothing. So let's prioritize the positions. Let's look at the small people that they are hardworking, that they are committed, involve them, and then believe in me, when you do that, the movement will travel to where you expect the movement to be. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, may I state that I get what you are saying, but that actually happens when there is no clarity of duty. I have my assurance that duties of the committees and the leadership has been clearly stated. At every point in time, we know who is doing what. I understand what you are saying, that we should limit it, but I'm of the view that this is a capacity building forum. When the leadership opportunities are limited, it becomes an issue of fighting to get there. And what we want is to provide more opportunities for people to serve. But there is clarity of duty. When you are the chairperson of the publicity committee, your duties are clearly stated in consonance with duties of chairperson and the duties of the publicity committee. So when we have to point to someone, we know who to point to at every point in time. So when it comes to the ceremonial aspect, we know what to do and we are on the path. And when it also comes to functionality, we are also there and we know what to do. So, for instance, the organizing committee, I'm very peculiar about who to nominate. It must be someone who is always present at sittings and can't tell it. Yes, because organizing committee is supposed to come and prepare the place for us. Yes, so I get you though, but with what you are saying here, may I plead that it might not really help us, because it might not really be in tangent with our vision and mission. Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable, for the question.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity once again. I'm looking at the order 104. Order 104 of our standing orders. It says, and I read verbatim, at the first sitting of a section of every new parliament, the House shall constitute a committee of selection of 7 members. Members with the Speaker as the chairperson, deputy speakers, minority and majority leader, a member or observer, and a clerk as a secretary. I think the other day at our inaugural sitting, that committee has been set up and was approved by the House. After 3 weeks, or going to 4 weeks, or 1 month now, we are still deliberating on either the work of the committee or they are not doing so. Because today, I was thinking that today the committee should have come up with their report and presented to the House. Then the House will consider. But if we are here today, we are debating whether the House is working or not working, or whether the House have approved the names of committee members or not. Meaning, it's like the committee itself has not done any job for the past 3 weeks. So I think we are giving the committee an opportunity once again, so that in our next sitting, or even during our adjournment, they will give us a report on our pages so that we can consider when we come, we fast track the activities and approve the nominees for the various committees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me state that I think the honorable member did not get the context of why it's a progress report. As I said, the nominees for the leaderships are not ready for consideration, but we are still looking at them on paper. The second parliament, by the second sitting, the entire list was ready. But what we suffered from was that we had inadequate time to see the commitment of the people. That is why this time around, it is a progress report that we have. We want to see the commitment of the people before we put them there. Someone will come for inaugural sitting, and then this guy is going to be given committee leadership. But actually, he is not going to be found again. So the reason why it's a progress report is that we are watching to see the commitment of the people before we put them there. We are not in a rush to form the committees and there is no job to be done. So I assure you, I get you, so per your recommendation, the list should be out. So after this, I'll refine it again and present it to the committee to now consider. The leaders are supposed to look at the people, and if possible, they will even question some of them to be sure they can do the job before the report will come. So at the third sitting, the report will be ready for adoption of the House and the creation of the committees. So thank you very much. I hope you get it. Are you okay? Okay. Thank you very much. Honourable members, it's a progress report, so it is not to be adopted. It's just an information to all of us. So please let us not forget to WhatsApp. Some of you, I already have you at a good side of my house. Some of you, I'm still watching you with 5 eyes. 5 eyes. My clerks and then myself, 5 eyes. Yeah, so that's our members. That brings us to an end of public business. We'll move to commencement of debate. Item 16, general debate on the motion. This is a very interesting motion, and then I will now call on the majority leader to move the motion for debate. Please note that your introductory statement will be done after it has been seconded. So the leaders, prepare your introductory statements on the motion, but we'll move it and second it for it to be now open for debate. So majority leader, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I present the motion to the House, I want to also state that due to the purposes of time, I think the Speaker should have in mind the number of people that will speak from each caucus. I mean, all of us cannot speak today, looking at the time we have, and even at the end of the day, when it happens that way, we come to a conclusion where we don't know the tail and the head of the whole debate. So I believe the Speaker should put into consideration at least maybe if it's 5 from each caucus aside the leadership, or the leaders, maybe the leader, the deputies, and then some other people from among the caucus, so that we can conclude a beautiful debate. Since this is one of the motions that I cherish so much. So, Mr. Speaker, I hereby present the motion to the House. Ghana's 66 years of independence since 1957. The pursuit of independence has been a worthwhile endeavor for our nation, where majority will stand for the motion and then minority will go against the motion. I hereby move the motion that this would be our debate for the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minority, Acting Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The name is Agorsor, Acting Minority Leader. Without wasting time, I dare second the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable Acting Minority Leader. Honourable members, motion moved and seconded is now for the debate of the House. Honourable members, here are the rudiments for the debate. As much as possible, some of you here will want to speak, but I think when we manage time, we are not that much. Everyone will be able to speak. Please, when you have the floor, go straight to the point and tell us the issue. As the leader said, majority for the motion, minority against. Please articulate your points well. My acting deputy speakers will handle this. And they will give 3 minutes as introductory, 4 minutes as introductory statements from each of the leaders, and 2 minutes as contribution from anyone who wants to speak. And after they are done, we'll have conclusive statements, another 3 minutes, and I'll come for the chair to end it. So, honourable members, motion moved and seconded is now for the debate of the House. Majority Leader, opening statement. Acting second deputy speaker to take the chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I go by the name Francis Kodzi. You can put Kwame at the end if you want. The youth MP for Afram Place North constituency and the majority leader of the House. Mr. Speaker, looking at the motion of the day, a very beautiful motion for that matter, that is trying to clarify things. If at our 66th year of independence, we have achieved certain things, or we have things to boast of. I believe that my other side of the house are going to state the rate at which unemployment is going. They are also going to state that the country is in debt, or they are currently at IMF, for not forgetting the fact that Argentina, that has taken independence since 1816, is the highest indebtedness of IMF as we speak, followed by Egypt, who also gained their independence before. I believe they are going to talk about these things. They are also going to talk about some infrastructure issues, forgetting the fact that Ghana has achieved a lot after our independence. Ghana as a country that can boast of exporting electricity. Ghana as a country that has currently celebrated their 30 years of democracy. Mr. Speaker, there are other countries, our neighboring countries that are currently going back to military regime leadership. But as a country, for the past 30 years of our democracy, we have had nothing of that sort. And Ghana, as one of the countries that is recognized worldwide as one of the most peaceful countries in the world. Mr. Speaker, not to forget about the fact that Ghana currently, if not as one of the countries that is enjoying free SHS, taking care of a lot of students that could not or may not get the opportunity to be in secondary school currently, but Ghana has the opportunity to offer such opportunity to these kids or these students. Mr. Speaker, not to also forget that Ghana, as we speak, we can also boast as the third fastest growing economy in West Africa. Mr. Speaker, we should not try to be, how am I going to say it? We should not try to be ungrateful to our leaders who have fought hard to bring us to where we are or where we find ourselves currently for the past 66 years. We should not try to be ungrateful by putting it in the form that Ghana has nothing to boast of after independence. We should not try to be ungrateful to the fact that Ghana cannot pinpoint at anything after independence. When we have Tema Port and then Takoradi Port, for example, to point out as one of our achievements. When we can also boast of the fact that currently Ghana is also exporting water, if you don't know. When we can say a lot of things that, in fact, when we talk about road networks, if you travel to some of our neighboring countries, you will know and believe that our leaders, regardless of all the negative things we can say about them, are doing their best to put us as where we are today. So not to talk much, I just want to today say that, in fact, we have come to a point where you can be proud as a Ghanaian, as the first recognized independent country in Africa. As, in fact, one of the countries in West Africa that is also helping in UN in their peacekeeping issues, where we do move our military troops from here when things happen, even outside Africa. These are things we can also boast of. Having one of the most recognized armed forces in Africa is some of the things we can also boast of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in to say that as a Ghanaian, I am proud of where we are currently, celebrating our 30 years of democracy and enjoying the peace we have in this country, regardless of all the things that are going on. Not being an ungrateful citizen, I would say that Ghana has come a long way and we have a lot that we have achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the majority leader. But I want to clarify something. When you were making your submission, you said Ghana is the first country in Africa to gain independence.
I didn't say the first country. I said the first recognized country. Recognized. There were countries that gained independence before us, but Ghana gaining an independence has opened a very wide door to most of the African countries that were not, that couldn't gain independence as at that time. So we have countries that have gained independence before us, but popularly, Ghana is the most recognized one as at the time we gained independence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the clarification. On this note, let's move to the minority side.
Thank you very much. The name is Agorsor, acting minority leader for today's sitting. The majority leader wanted to be very smart, but it's in a sense that he himself started mentioning the problems that we are having. He started mentioning unemployment and those things. Thank you very much for doing my work for me. And also, he mentioned a lot of things that with the independence that we are having, that we are enjoying, that it has brought a lot of things to us, like electricity, and we are an exporter of electricity. I want to make known to him that we of this house, of this side of the house, we are trying to look at it's not that we are against it, but we are trying to check that what's written over here, that has the independence been good to us? That's it, worth it. Has it been worth to us? Yes. And we are saying that we are exporter of electricity, but we are suffering in the same country with electricity. Every day, every month, tariffs have been increased. And we are saying that independence has brought us electricity. I think we give to Benin or Togo also, but doing so has been happening. Every month there's a tariff increase in Ghana Water Company, PEG, Public Utility Organization, always increase tariff, and we are saying that we are exporter. Before you can feed somebody, I believe that you must be able to eat and satisfy with no problem before you can stretch for your hand. Yes. And also, he was talking about free SHS. Fine, FHS is there. I mean, it's there. But the question is that, has it been managed very well? I was talking to one educationist once. I was telling him that even Seth, this free education is the one causing more of unemployment in the system, because it is not all of us supposed to go to school. Yes. Because we all go to tertiary and come out accountants, we are food tech people. We don't want to go and do the menial jobs. And we are leaving the menial. Meanwhile, the menial jobs, the one that will bring us more revenue, we have to supervise. So, with the motion for today, from my side, we are against the motion that Ghana's 66 years of independence since 1957, the pursuit of independence has been worthwhile endeavor for our nation. So we are against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the acting minority leader for today. On this note, we want to open the house for debate. Each honorable member 3 minutes. So we'll start from the majority side. The honorable speaker said 3 minutes.
3 minutes for the leaders.
It was 5 minutes for the leaders, 3 minutes for members. So I'll start from the majority side, then we'll move to the minority, then we'll go back to the majority. That's how we'll be taking the debate. So on this note, let me call on the honorable, sorry if I don't know your name.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Richmond Sept, MP for Youth MP for Cape Coast North. Mr. Speaker, I believe our minority leader is totally confused, as well as their members. Since the head of the fish is already confused, then I could clearly say that the subordinates, they are also confused. Why? We are saying that Ghana's 66 years of independence since 1957, the pursuit of independence has been a worthwhile endeavor for our nation. Then you sit here, you said you were against this. It is very, very preposterous for the honorable member to go against the motion. Yeah. Let me come down to our level for us to understand the topic here, the motion here. Assuming without admitting that my minority leader, you have married to your wife, beautiful wife, but you are not working. Your wife has been taking care of you. So because of that, when night comes and then you want to visit your wife, since she is taking care of you, she starves you there, she doesn't feed you, she maltreats you because you lack to provide food for the table. You lack to give them money. So in a sense, you will be at your own house, but you become a servant. God being so good, government employs you, or you get something to do. And right now, you come home with your car, you come home with your shoulders rocking high, you give your wife money. So this time around, when you go, you don't even ask for. It is your wife that calls you in. And with this one, you will not stand anywhere to jubilate. I'm not confusing you. With this one, you will not sit anywhere, stand anywhere to jubilate. Look at what Ghana went through. Look at what the British did to our grandparents, our great-great-grandfathers. Sometimes they would have to kill them. Sometimes they would have to imprison them. Sometimes food that they deserve, they will not give it to them. And then they pick a job that human beings are not supposed to do. Our great-great-grandfathers will be doing it because of slavery. Because we are not able to cater for ourselves. So you think it is not worthwhile. At this time or at this juncture, I'll be honored, or I'll be okay for you to applaud Kwame Nkrumah, those that they brought the independence. Yes, we understand that things will not go on as it is being expected. But let us not forget that half a loaf is better than none. With all these things, I believe Ghana has done a lot. I believe it is worthwhile for us to even come from our various destinations to come here to Jojo, to meet your friend, talk to a friend, move freely, talk freely, do anything freely, without any restriction. Ghana, it is worthwhile whilst we gain the independence. Thank you, Mr. Honorable.
Let's move to the minority side.
Mr. Speaker, let the majority leader jot down things and say in his conclusion statement. Thank you.
Honorable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My name is Agbobli, which is presided. Thank you very much for this topic. And we as a minority, we are against the motion. Now, on 6 March 1957, President Dr. Afram declared Ghana, our beloved country, is free forever. Free forever. The question is, are we free? Indeed. 66 years of independence. Are we free? Yes. No. It was some months ago, some of the African countries, they go back from democracy to coup d'etat. One of the major reasons is what? Language. We are here. We all have our various dialects, but we are speaking a strange language, which is English. I hope all of us here, we are students and we are pursuing our dreams. It will surprise you that you as a science student, they will fail you because you didn't pass English. And the question is, what did you use in writing Agric science? Is it your native language or English? What did you use in writing maths? Is it your local language or English? So, I don't see any reason why I should say that we are improving. We are not improving because we are so under some people. They are ruling us. They are ruling us. When it comes to our economics, we have everything in this country. We can develop everything. China was nowhere back then, but now China is what? One of the largest producing countries in the world. Ghana, we have a lot of things, minerals, timbers, but we can't turn them from what? From the raw material to the finished goods. We need to export cocoa from Ghana to other countries. Once our forefathers, one of them, Tettegah, went and then swallow cocoa and bring the seed here for us to develop. What are we doing now? What are our leaders doing now? Are they helping us or they are bringing us back? There is a saying that you cannot give what you don't have. You give what you have. And a hand that is having something in his hands cannot receive another thing. But our leaders, those who are leading us for the past 66 years now, or the current one, I don't think they are helping us at all. And if care is not taken, it will sound that we are moving back towards who did that. So on this note, I still stand in the motion for against the debates we are all discussing here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let's move to the majority side. I want to call on the Honorable Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and this August House for the opportunities. Good right, MP for Tema West. We read Tema West.
Mr. Speaker, I think they are failing to understand the concept of the said motion. Because this motion gives two disparities. It gives a narrative of prior independence and post-independence. Yeah. Let me give you a brief exposition of what prior independence looked like. One, primary healthcare was limited to the elite in society, meaning the locals were prone to illnesses and they were finding themselves dead from the slavery and dent that the British imposed on them. 2, human slave trade was a norm. 3, over-exploitation of our resources was the primary goal of our colonizers. 4, prosecution of our leaders who of British colonizers. Now he paints the narrative of coups. Now let me give you a reason why our democracy is better than a coup. This is a key issue existing in status quo. The coups that we are realizing in West African states is having a serious trend. That's with Francophone nations. Ask yourself one question. Why is it not happening in the Anglophone nations? This is the disparities. Our independence has created a clear difference. 1, the British has no involvement in our administration or our affairs. That's why the British High Commissioner can question the IGP and the IGP can question her that you fear us because you are fooling. That's why Prime Ministers of nations can question our LGBT kill bill and some judge will stand and tell them to shut up, they are fooling. That's because our democracy has reached a stance where we are finding ourselves liberated. Now look at the concept of these Francophone nations. 1, we will be surprised to even know that Niger and Chad even have France dictating parliamentary acts in their parliament. The chair, panel, as at now as I'm speaking to you, prior to the coup that took place in these Francophone countries, France was dictating the prices of uranium from all these countries. France was taking colonial taxes from all these countries. Before governments can enact policies, it has to pass through a bill that will reach the table of the French government, which means these people were going to polls all right, they were voting all right, but then France was still meddling in the administrative ways, which you don't find after our independence. That is why Kwame Nkrumah stated that we are free forever, because our administrative ways. Now let's say, note one thing that you don't get from this minority bench. Minority bench comes and paints the whole picture of problems that exist in status quo. US equally has such problems. Iran equally has such problems. China equally has such problems. That's why you see protests there. The only difference here is that you are given 4 years each time to change the mandate of who you deem fit to steer the affairs of the nation. It is up to the minority bench to continue to take their little rice and oil to still vote for corrupt leaders, or to be wise and decisive and be pessimistic in choosing the leaders to steer the affairs of our nation, which trashes the whole argument that they raise and clearly puts the majority side on a comfortable lead in the said motion. That's it. Panel, in conclusion, I just want the entire House to note one thing, stated emphatically and clearly, that the majority bench in today's motion, we don't just win with a clear victory, but we win with a gratuitous and momentous victory. Proudly for the motion. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, please, without panel here, I'm the speaker, and I'm the leader of the house. We kept saying the chair in the panel, the chair in the panel. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker in the House. My name is Kentle Elizabeth Martin, Youth MP for Agbobli constituency. This is a very interesting topic, and I'm glad that I'm here today to help with this debate. My majority honorable members have been ranting since they started talking. Our first speaker from the majority side said that as a man, if you do not live your life well, you become a servant in your household. For 66 years, if Ghana was a human being, we would have been on pension. Yet, we cannot survive on our own. We have to go for IMF and other loans in order to sustain us. What happened to the gold, the timber, the oil, and other resources we have? If for 66 years we couldn't mine and use our natural resources well for us to shape this country and stop being dependent on people who dictate to us, then we have failed as a country. If it is about borrowing, then I, Kentle Elizabeth Martin here, can become the president of Ghana. Because it means collecting money from somebody and initiating it into a project. And everybody can do that. The same way we walk into our banks, collect loans, and use them for our businesses. It's the same way going to the other countries, taking loans from them, coming to Ghana to make sure that my policies have come to light. So if it is about borrowing for policies and for promises to be established, I believe that Ghana has still failed. Now, when it comes to the selling or export of our natural resources, we do not dictate. Chinese are here mining in Ghana here, and what percentage comes to the government? Just minute quantity. Yet, we own the gold. But just because they come with the expertise and the excavators, we are forced to give them a chunk of the percentage. When it comes to our oil and other sites, the value is still the same. Have we not failed as a country if, as at now, we do not have the needed expertise and do not have the needed machines to go to the sites ourselves and get these mineral resources to ourselves? Imagine our cash crops. We cannot even refine them, yet we sell these cash crops like cocoa to them. They make chocolates, and we are super proud to walk into the supermarket and buy their chocolates, leaving our bars on the shelf. And we are proud that we are independent. In what way? How did we become independent if they are still dictating all these things to us? Someone spoke about the fact that we have free SHS, the fact that we have other policies running. With which money? Who is dictating how the schemes roll? Who is telling us how to do it, where to do it, and when it should be done? We cannot even voice out our displeasure because once we do that, the loans will stop coming. The support from them will stop coming. We are not independent. Secondly, I also believe that if it's just about exploitation, like he said there is access to good health. Do you know that there are rural communities, even urban communities in our country now that do not have proper access to good medical care? Do you know that our national health insurance has been limited to drugs like paracetamol? As an ulcer patient standing here, I buy my new job, my Agorsor, and other drugs. I can show you my health card here. I went to the hospital a month ago. It was only folder that covered my health insurance. I had to buy a new job. I had to buy Agorsor and other ones. This tells me that my NHIS is not strong enough. And let's put NHIS aside. We've been watching the news and seeing how our rural communities have been using some of them single rooms and mad houses. Even access to labor and maternity is a problem. Therefore, they have to sit on motorcycles to transport them from one village to the other to access good maternal care. Thereby, some of them losing their lives due to bad roads, schools not being in good shape. Now, we are talking about free SHS. If free SHS is just about paying school fees, have you seen the kind of food that people are eating? Have you realized that those who are doing this feeding in our basic schools do not get their monies on time? If you are empowering us and you are not empowering us in the right way, then of what use is it? Since my time is almost up, I will sit down, but I promise to come back again if our honorable members do not make their points and stand strong. Thank you.
Are you not happy? I really love the heat in the chamber. Honorable member, let's hear from you.
Mr. Speaker of the House, my name is Afram from Ayesif constituency. Mr. Speaker, the motion before the House is Ghana's 66 years of independence. Since 1957, the pursuit of independence has been the forefront and the upper for our nation. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Ghana's journey to independence, 1957, marks a milestone in the history of our nation. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to know the successes that have been chalked so far. Mr. Speaker, it will interest me how the other colleagues have just, fumbling with this little independence, Ghana is self-determination. Ghana has its own sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, today, you and I can go to the pool and decide who leads us. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is better for us to elect ourselves than to allow someone elsewhere to come here and come and dictate to us and carry our forefathers back outside to go and use them, do whatever they want to do to them. Mr. Speaker, gone are the days before independence. It is difficult for us to even get chocolate. But today, in Ghana, chocolate is being produced. Mr. Speaker, today, there is an easy transition of power from one party to another. Imagine there was no independence. How can this be possible that you and I could today join this movement to nurture ourselves to contest for a political position in the future? It will never be easy. So independence, Ghana's independence, 66 independence, has contributed much to the development of this country than any other thing. So it is better for them to back off and allow us to agree to the fact that Ghana's 66 years of independence is more fun. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's independence, 66 years, has really helped us. Look at our political and our economic growth. Today, there is funds, there is money given by governments for people who are ready to go into agriculture. Today, we can refine some of our mineral natural resources. Gone are the days. Do we have that potential to do that? No. Do we have the necessary equipment to do that? No. Why then today will you sit here? Look at the lady, the beautiful lady like that. She's having her earrings. Today in the villages, they can even produce alcohol for people to drink. Gone are the days. Was there those innovation and everything around? No. So it is better for them to understand. Mr. Speaker, it is better for them to understand and admit. Ghana is for all of us. If they are complaining that Ghana's 6 years of independence long journey has contributed nothing, then they themselves, I want to put it before them that they have also not contributed anything to the development. It is better for them to shut up and join the majority, so that we can all continue adding up to the development of this country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let's hear from Honorable Judge from the minority side.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please, we are not here for evangelization. We have a motion. English is 6 years now. We're not talking about how it happened. 6 years now. It's Bravo. 6 years now. What is going on? Of course, even before the motion, the majority leader has already stated his stand that the country is not okay for him. He has already said it. MPU for Kipko's he even said it when he was debating that assuming you're in the house with your wife, I don't continue. He knows what he's trying to say. The YIP MP, this is a democracy we are managing for 30 years now. No, I mean a democracy for 30 years now. Yet you want to talk about a francophone country who has nothing to do with Ghana and our democracy and our independence. Please, let's stop the evangelization. Mr. Speaker, please, 66 years now, Ghana is suffering. I'll talk about only 3 points. Despite whatever they feel that is right, we are still hammering, we the people are still hammering on political instability. The democracy has stated clearly that every 4 years there should be votes to decide a government to lead us. Where we don't have a strategic plan that if this government should come these 4 years, whether we are done with this or not, make sure you finish it. Let me just cite an example. When 2012, when the NDC came to power, they started some projects. Mahama came to continue the projects, but just to be surprised, or not even to be, they also know what I'm talking about. That when the new government came into power, they abandoned all those projects. Are we developing? That is the question. Are we developing? There are projects, even where the MP is coming from. MP for North, People's North. There are some projects there that have been abandoned. Why? Because we feel we feel that is a norm. When I come in, I do what I want for my people. I take money from other people, and we feel like this is democracy. No, we are still being ruled. Thank you, my sister. You did mention a lot of things that I don't want to talk about again. Inadequate infrastructure. You see, some of us, we feel that we are from rural, urban areas, and so we don't even want to go back home to our people and see what they are going through. Mr. Speaker, let's even talk about roads, only roads. If you want to talk about major roads, look at it. What's the name? Accra motorway. 66 years now. What have we been able to do since the first year? What have we been able to do to even what? Make it to be in a good position for our cars, our own cars to pass through? Nothing. In conclusion, I want to mention that the corruption in this country is very high. The government and the people are suffering. When I say the government, it's the same people who are ruling us. And so we have to change our mind and believe that if we don't do the right thing, we will continue being in dilemma. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, I just spoke, so let me give the opportunity to the honorable member in the committee. I was just looking at it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I go by the name Samson Setravia, MP, Youth MP for Tamale South constituency. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that there is something the minority side is not getting concerning the debate. Very much. As I'm speaking still, Mr. Speaker, they are still not getting it. Mr. Speaker, are we agreeing on the competence of government, or we are talking about the independent? What has independence promoted for these 66 years we are talking about? This is what they don't get, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they made mention of some things of which I would like to address. They made mention of electricity being done so. Mr. Speaker, I'm reading electrical electronic engineering. I know what goes into the engineering when they come to the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, what they are talking about that we are having done so, Mr. Speaker, I stand to condemn that. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is doing so well in electricity, and we are exporting it. Mr. Speaker, I can ask them how many times have they experienced doing so again in this country? We are generating more than enough. Yes. Let me come down to the dialects. They mentioned language barrier as part of this whole thing. Mr. Speaker, I could testify that whenever the president stands to deliver maybe the speech to the nation, the president always have the right, or not even the right,
he do explain that in about 2 or 3 different dialects for us to understand. Mr. Speaker, where I'm coming from? Mr. Speaker, it's obvious as I'm in the spirit, some people are not following me. But I pray, my own caucus, but I pray that in the same spirit they will catch up to me. Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say is that when the president read the State of the Nation's address, he normally explains that in the 3 language and the Ewe. He do it. This clearly shows that the minority caucus are not paying attention to what is happening in the country. Mr. Speaker, I am from the tribe of the Ewe, and I know when the president speaks Ewe. I know that. If you can speak Ewe, then I'm saying that the minority caucus is not part of, they are not following what we are discussing now. Mr. Speaker, they were talking about education. In my constituency, the Tamale South, in my constituency, 2022. There was issue concerning, yeah, you can browse, Canada. Issue concerning it. Honorable Idrisu, he went there to verify that all that we were saying is lie concerning the free SHS, the lack of infrastructure in the former president, John Dramani Mohammed's alma mater. If we can all identify to that fact, he came to condemn it. Because whatever they were saying was false. Mr. Speaker, I am standing here, I'll clearly state that I have enjoyed free education, Mr. Speaker. I can testify to that. If I'm not even contradicting, I'm sure that the minority leader here has enjoyed free education. Let's have a majority, the minority. No. Mr. Speaker, let me bring my words. Mr. Speaker, yes. If I take the minority right now as an example, most of them has enjoyed this president. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is free indeed, as Dr. Kwame Nkrumah declared 1957, and it's indeed free. Why am I saying this, Mr. Speaker? This LGBTQ plus deal we're talking about, they are saying that when we are free or like they shouldn't have condemned. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that when we are not fit enough, like we would have accepted this bill would have been passed long ago. But this clearly shows that we have leaders. We have the democracy that is indeed 30 years we are celebrating. That our leaders will stand and defend what the LGBT class deal we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, I rest it here. So that the minority should come. This shouldn't have been a debate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this shouldn't have been a debate. The minority have just to understand, we all come to consensus that indeed Ghana is doing very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to give the chance to those who are not speaking. Marshall, you are not part. You are not part. You are not again. Okay. Let me hear from you.
All right, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and the Agbobli House. My name is Enoch Nyajo, aka Ken. Mr. Speaker, the majority caucus have no basis to debate on this subject matter. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at Ghana's 66 years of independence since 1957. The pursuit of independence has been a worthwhile endeavor for our nation. Most of the majority caucus, when they stand to speak, they quote the visionary leader the late Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, but they've forgotten that the free that he said, he added something to it, that the independence of our country is meaningless until the total liberation of Africa. When the majority leader was speaking, he raised the issue of coup in Africa. If our neighboring or our sister countries in Africa are encountering this problem or issues, how independent is our independence? Forgotten that those encountering this coup d'etat are close to us, and as we speak, there is the issue of national security, of which most of our young ones are unemployed. So if a terrorist should enter into this country to employ the services of these individuals, what do you think will happen in the country? Mr. Speaker, I'm sad they rose to speak on a whole lot of things. Ghana beyond aid. Some, I think two or 3 years ago, when we had this Independence Day celebration, Ghana beyond aid. How many years has come, or how many years have come, and that we went back to the IMF to take 3 billion. Or the IMF is not an aid. Something of which our people, we our own self, will pay again. It is not free. And after giving us this money, Mr. Speaker, they brought their own people to the country to make sure that we use the money well, meaning we are not capable of managing our things. Mr. Speaker, now the finance minister, Ken Oforiatta, is crying that we want the second tranche to come in December so that we use for our projects. Is this the independence we are talking about? Mr. Speaker, we're talking about free HSS as the majority caucus have raised. How free is this free SHS? When people, the things listed in their prospectus, the people cannot purchase and go to the school. How free? In this country, or I think 66 years, we are talking about independence. There's nothing free. We were here when our president said we should use water for free, electricity for free for some period. After which, this same government came back and built us with it. Is it the independence we are talking about? Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the majority leader mention of something like we import water. Is it not sad? He used import. Our water bodies. Look at the color. Look at the color of our water bodies. Due to the activities of illegal mining, of which there are foreigners in our country who can freely come and mine, take our precious gold or mineral away from us, of which we don't get any benefit from it. Mr. Speaker, there are a whole lot of things. Mention of peacekeeping. The mention of peacekeeping, when our military men can go for peacekeeping. It is so sad that our own government, as independent as we are, were able to go into an agreement with the U.S. Army, of which they can come to the country freely without passport or any visa, and come and do their activities in the country and leave. Can our military travel to U.S. without having the visa or the passport? Go and base in U.S. and do their things? Yes. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'll come back again. But in conclusion, they should know that they don't have any basis because of the statement of the visionary leader. They think they are quoting that Ghana, we are free forever. Forgotten that he also made a statement that the independence or our independence is meaningless until the total liberation of Africa. Thank you.
There's a point of correction. Let's hear
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I want to make this clear to the minority that when the other side is making presentations, they need to put their ears down keenly to listen to whatever we are saying. I never stated that we import water, but I rather say we export. Thank you.
Yes. Please, let's continue with our debate. Let's continue. We are taking from the majority side. It's majority text. So, Honorable Member.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. I go by the name Bukuma Agbobli, proud MP for Tema West. Honorable Speaker, earlier on in my submission, I made it clear that there are two comparatives: proud independence and post-independence. Now, minority bench comes and they don't give us a sure mechanism of if we not adopting independence, how would in their world all our challenges be solved? So are they trying to create a world where we will now go back to Britain to now rule us and develop us and give us our jobs? But Honorable Right Speaker, permit me to update them on what is existing currently in status quo. Now, Honorable Right Speaker, there's a geopolitical struggle right now. The reason why France is agitated by the coup that is taking place in all countries is because their geopolitical dominance is centered on they having control over Francophone countries in West Africa. So there's even another school of thought that says that the major stakeholder involved in the pushing of ECO among ECOWAS countries was France, because they wanted a singular currency to be able to manipulate other Anglophone countries to come on board. Because right now they tell, note, the West now has power. The West now has power. Now, France's only dominance among these Western countries is its grip on African countries. US has the military. Britain has the money. So France's only dominance is influence among these countries. The reason why I'm bringing this on board is that they are bringing an interesting character or person in the said motion, the person of China and Russia. The chair. Hey, Honorable Right Speaker, excuse me, Honorable Right Speaker, I want them to note that independence has liberated the average Ghanaian. The reason why you see Nigerians, Burkinabes, and other people from Chad jubilating is not because the coup leaders are going to bring development. It's because they have sacked all affairs relating to France and the people feel liberated from their frames. Yeah. That's it. Panel, what is the, hey, Mr. Speaker, what is the sole aim of independence? Why in the first place, Mr. Speaker, why in the first place will Kwame Nkrumah in the first place fight for the liberation of Ghana? Mr. Speaker, the main aim for independence, for Ghana achieving independence, is for us to be able to manage our own affairs, which was stated, the Speaker put them to order because I'm still on the floor. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I make it clear to your constructive narratives that until they are able to prove a world or a policy or a mechanism that they will be able to achieve all the competence that they want to see in Ghana prior to independence, then they shouldn't be arguing anything different. Yeah. Because we have various stakeholders existing in status quo who are actually giving Ghana the thumbs up. Mr. Speaker, not one thing. We might be arguing differences with relating to Ghana's development, but not one thing the average Ghanaian has received. In close after independence, post-independence, Ghana has been ranked. In conclusion, Ghana has been ranked as the third most peaceful country in Africa. Yeah. Note, peace was was something very difficult we couldn't get prior to independence. Competence of a government is a clear disparity when you are arguing independence of an entire nation. You can give independence to an entire nation in a war zone, and that won't be competence for them. But giving an independence to a nation entailed with peace and governance is the right thing. That is why even in our world of independence, we give you better alternatives every 4 years, Mr. Speaker, to kick out the leaders you feel they are not competent. But you always retain them in power, and you come back and you blame us. So, Mr. Speaker, I rest my case on this one.
Thank you very much. I want to promote gender equality here, so let me give the opportunity to the female.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'm Fatilina Maidopeka, and I am the youth MP for the Mekabinam constituency. My people, my honorables, please let's come to reality. Okay, let's do this. Let's take the parties, the political parties aside. Let's take the politics aside. Let's take every single thing aside, and let's face reality. How many of us here want to remain in Ghana?
Even Americans.
Relax. 40% of Americans. Hello. The 40% of Americans don't want to come to Ghana. Is that what you mean? Is that the statement? I want to get to it. No, you made a statement. So, Mr. Speaker, sorry. How many of us here want to stay in Ghana for the next 6 months? How many of us here get the opportunity to go to US and not grab it? None. Okay, none. Me, I'll still come back because Ghana is my home. We need to build this country. As they say, we need to build it. You are saying 3 SHS. I don't have a problem. My sister's daughter got 3 SHS. It's a good thing. But she's done. She'll go to the university and still come back unemployed. And why is that so? We have a lot of criminals in this particular country that we can use without China coming in, without America coming in to help us refine it. Why are we not doing it? Why are we not doing it? Forget about the president doing something else. Why is that we, the youth, we are not standing on our ground? Since we feel we are independent, but we are not independent because we still go back to them, Mr. Speaker, we still go back to them to take money, and they tell us what we should use the money for. Let me use Sam George. How many Sam George do we have in Ghana? 1. If we kick him out right now, who will stand in Sam George's position? You or I? How many mouths? We are scared because we are afraid that we will say something and America or USA will just take what they are taking, they are giving us. They'll just take it from us. Sam George has nothing to lose. Let me tell you something. Sam George has nothing to lose. Because let me tell you something. If he does like this, everybody around him, everybody in his family, Japa. But we, the people that we are in the rural area, we need to think about reality. I rest my case.
Let me hear from the honorable member. After the honorable member make his submission, I will give the opportunity to
the speaker.
Honorable member, then the speakers will give their closing comments. You will proceed.
Please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respond to the gentleman bless. MP for Public Manor. Okay, so from the fact that Ghana is considered as a developing country, okay, so Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the minority. Are you trying to say that Ghana, after gaining independence, is still the same as we were? And that's a big no.
Mr. Speaker.
To this, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to classify.
Please stop heckling. Please.
Okay. That, as a matter of fact, we are still in a process, okay, and surely we'll get there. So,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Daniel Jasied, UFMB Akan constituency, which is not popular known. Mr. Speaker, I would like to let the majority know that debates are not about shouting. It's not about telling your opponents what they should do, but rather you should focus on the point. And also we should know that policy coherence is an integral part of policy formulation. Now, the motion before the House garners 66 years of independence. Since 1957, the pursuit of independence has been a worthwhile endeavor for our nation. Mr. Speaker, I've sat here for some time now and I've observed the majority. Each time they make certain points. And there was a brother at the back there, a fellow youth MP, who made mention of education as a tool which we also fall under today to gather here. Fine. They made mention of government putting up schools, infrastructure, and all that. And I would like to oppose that. Mr. Speaker, most of the schools that we have in Ghana today were built by the Europeans. Let me put the British aside. We had the Danes in this country. We had the Portuguese. Yes, if they want history, we'll go into it. Yes, most of the schools, we have the Basel missionary coming in, and all the missionaries, they put our schools. What can you point today that after we as Ghanaians have taken over our independence, as we as Ghanaians have taken, we can point that this school was built by so and so, this and that. Let's even divert from that. After our independence, we are now in the Fourth Republic. We had several coup d'etats, and you are telling me that independence is something good for us. And today, it's been 30 years that we are practicing real democracy now. That is when Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, the late, came in, and we had the 1992 Constitution and all that. To have this, even that is not helping. Mr. Speaker, can you tell me, or can the House tell me, today you walk into an office seeking for a job opportunity, or there is an opportunity that you need to attain as a person, then you are being asked to put something down. You that you are unemployed, looking for a job, you have to pay heavy amount. Mr. Speaker, how does this independence help us? I, for one, believe that this independence never help us. Like, if I still believe in the system that I should have been on my cocoa farm or cassava farm by now, I wouldn't have any enemies at all. I wouldn't have anything to do with education, and that's okay. They introduce drugs. For instance, they brought in vaccines, they introduced us to malaria and blah blah blah, and a whole lot, which is not helping. Mr. Speaker, the opposition clearly shows that they don't have the idea of the real subject matter here. They were up making noise, trying to dictate for us what we should think as they are thinking. No. Knowledge is diverse. We need to listen to other people's side of the view. I believe that if we're not to have any against for this motion, then the topic is not worth discussing. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I should just end it here. And I know that they have earned a lot and even learned from the well elucidated points that I've given. It's about debate. You can do debate. Shouting and pressing on unnecessary issues in courts does not settle matters on debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the House.
Thank you, honorable members. On this note, let's hear the conclusive remarks from the leaders of the House. So we'll start with the minority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Agorsor, the acting minority leader. I want to thank my caucus members that they've done well. To extend that their own people are against them. And now they run away. Because they have been telling my guy that his members run away. Today is just like I'm not a prophet, but it has happened. So thank you. I just want to touch on some few points that we all discussed. One of our members from the minority, main mission is Richmond, main mission of Ghana, everything is step by step. The question is that 66 years that Ghana is, assuming Ghana is a human being, will be in a retirement. And you and I, we are in Ghana today. What can a retirement person do? Your retirement salary self cannot be feed your children, cannot pay school fees. And you are saying that 66 years, we are on journey. I mean, how? We are just Ghana. I actually realized that Ghana is just like, we are like a prodigal son in the Bible. We are not ready. A prodigal son in the Bible wasn't ready, but he wants independence. That's what we have. And they were making an argument that we have water in Ghana and we are in a capacity of exporting water. I'm telling you, I came last weekend. I went to Togo, came to Aplau, came to Go. When I was going, you know, Petro here, that bridge over there. Our citizens are still fetching water in that thing, and they are saying that we have water and we are exporting. Our people are fetching water.
Who does that?
I also went to some in Kwata South top there. I went there. The water that they were fetching to drink, the same water they wash inside, the same water they fetch to drink. And we are saying that a cow also drink. Normal human being jumping and swim. They don't know how to swim too. And we are saying that we have water, we are exporting. We are exporting what? Your members are not satisfied. We say what? Yeah. Thank you very much. And also, they were talking, someone was talking about Ghana, we've developed a study. See, even our leaders, when the scholarship comes, instead of sending it to the privileged people, the less privileged, they are giving it to their children. Meanwhile, they can cater for them. So the question is that what they are defending, you know, the people are defending in their pockets, but not interest for us. So if less people, some people are enjoying it, and they have money to take their children to one of the best, like even Cambridge, but when a scholarship comes, they will still make their children go. And we are here. They say free education. Me, I work at J Binding. We produce by 20. They say free education. They say if you are a boarder, you buy, we have 2.5 liter gallon. You buy by 20. One is 35 cedi. And when they take that product to they don't use it for their classroom. They share to the house. I am telling you. And you are saying it's free education. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I just want to once again thank my people that we are thank you for schooling the other side of the house.
Let's hear from the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Bible says, for lack of knowledge, I go. Mr. Speaker, before I speak, as the leader of the House, I want all of us to stand up and give the late His Excellency Dr. Kwame Nkrumah a 1 minute silence for gaining independence to Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as the leader of the House, I put that request. That all of us will get up and give His Excellency the late President Dr. Kwame Nkrumah a 1 minute silence for gaining independence to Ghana.
I am the leader of the House, and if your caucus want to give a minister...
No, Mr. Speaker, both sides of the House. Mr. Speaker, both sides of the House.
This is my house.
Mr. Speaker, this is a request. This is a request. Mr. Speaker, this is a request. Mr. Speaker, don't forget that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is a notable person in this country and deserves that respect in this day of discussing an issue related to independence. So we must give that respect to him.
Honorable member, this is my house, and this is a debate. If you want to obtain a minute silence in honor of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah to support your argument, you can, but you should know that it's eating into your time.
Mr. Speaker, I am not doubting the fact that you are from the other side of the House and cannot agree to this. Because already during the debate, I have been monitoring all your biases. So like, as people who respect and honor people who are due to honor, we are giving His Excellency the late President, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, that silence. Thank you very much. As we sit down. God bless this caucus. Now, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
To who?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker in the House. My name is Kentle Elizabeth Mante.
Mr. Speaker,
has insulted the minority caucus for assuming that we are disrespectful just because we made the demand and we feel like nobody can tell us what to do. We want him to apologize to us because
please do the needful.
I have not insulted them. And what was the insult? No, I want state the insult. State the insult.
We are disrespectful.
What was the insult?
You said we are disrespectful.
I didn't say that. I never mentioned the word disrespect. When they play the audio, the video is here. I did not say that. Mr. Speaker, I did not say that. So to continue with my... I didn't say that. What did I say? Please. What did I say?
You said they are being disrespectful.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. I did not say that. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you being biased is something I have observed during the debate.
I don't want to prolong this issue. You should do the needful.
That's what.
For me, that's within me. That I won't mind you. Okay, I said I won't mind you. But please do the needful.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, being a very peaceful person, enjoying peace in my country, I want to say that even if I did not say, even if I did not say that, that's what?
You should just retract your words and continue.
Oh yeah, if I said anything disrespectful, I retract that way. I'm a very peaceful person, like I said earlier. And I'll continue to say that I'm a very peaceful person, just like my country, Ghana. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's go back to our major issue. You see, when I was listening to the debate, what I observed is emotions. You know, politics and emotions sometimes put us at a level where we cannot identify even the good when it is done. Yeah. And that is what has been displayed on the ground today during the debate, more especially from the side of the majority, where they are trying to put in, so I say minority. Mr. Speaker, that what I'm saying is not only displayed at one side, but I'm talking about both sides. Now, when I'm saying that it has been emotions and politics has been displayed, it has made us to forget that countries as Egypt, second highest indebted country to IMF, countries as Ukraine, I am not concluding. Countries as Ukraine, 10th highest indebted countries, I am not concluding. Mr. Speaker, to stay clear, I am not concluding. Mr. Speaker, I say I am not concluding.
I said this is my house.
Countries as Ecuador and the rest. How can we compare Ghana to this country? Yes. And the rest. So if we are talking about debt and issues and comparing that to our independence and the peace we are enjoying, then we are ignorant. And we are not trying to identify the fact that independence has brought a lot to us as a country. Mr. Speaker, I want you to know that I am a leader. You are a leader. You should let me. You are a leader. You are a leader. I believe you should know best. Continue. I'm listening to you. You cannot challenge the speaker. You should know this is my chair. When the speaker is wrong, he's wrong. You have honorable member, I believe you should go and read your standing orders. You should know your standing orders. You are the leader of the house. Yes. I believe you should know better. Mr. Speaker, I am telling you that when you are wrong, you are wrong. You put it in order. When I'm wrong, you can correct me, but not you can't challenge me, but you can correct me. So I'm just correcting you. No, you are challenging. I am not challenging you. You say you are not concluding. I am not challenging. In conclusion, I'm giving you 1 minute. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, that during the colonial times, Ghana cannot boast of gold reserve. But as we speak now, Ghana can boast of gold reserve. And you see, like I said, emotions and politics will make you put your mind on the fact that I am suffering, I'm going through this and I'm going through that. But you cannot be able to remind yourself of where you should have been by now if you are still under the colonial rules. Yeah. Why? Because you are emotional and politics is playing here. Yeah. And let me make this clear that we are youth, and as youth, let's not always speak standing in a political shoe. We should speak looking at where we are supposed to go and where we are supposed to be. Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much for a nice debate. It has been educative. On this note, let's Mr. Speaker take the chair.
You know you can't stand me. You know you can't stand me. Who will stand in?
Honourable members, order. Thank you very much, the acting secretary. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I now put the question to the House that this honourable House resolves that Ghana's 66 years of independence since 1957, the pursuit of independence has been a worthwhile endeavor for the nation. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Not in favor, say nay. No. Members, I think the ayes have it. No.
Mr. Speaker, let's vote. Head count. Mr. Speaker, head count. Head count. Head count. Head count. Head count. Mr. Speaker, head count. Head count.
Honourable members, order. Please apply the standing orders. You cannot tell me head count once I've not recognized you. Please to the right. Honourable Acting Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The names of the believe Agorsor and Acting Minority Leader for today. Mr. Speaker, for you saying that those who say yeah have it, with my caucus, I think we are not okay with it. So therefore, we are calling for head counts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. In the shoe of joy, I stand to say that there can never be head count when the speaker has already made some decisions. And moreover, yes, Mr. Speaker, I know they are going to quote the standing order.
Honourable member, please hold on. When a determination be challenged, this is not a ruling. If it is a ruling,
yes, so I am saying that
this is a determination.
I am saying that there cannot be head count. Me and my caucus, we are not ready to do the head count.
Honourable members, I'll put the question again. Maybe I have not heard what, so I'll prudently put the question again. Honourable members, the question is that Ghana's 66 years of independence since 1957, the pursuit of independence has been a worthwhile endeavor for our nation. All in favor of this motion, say aye. Aye. Not in favor of the motion, say nay. Nay. Honourable members, the ayes have it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I believe the other side of the House have learned a lot today regarding to issues regarding sorry. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you know what? Mr. Speaker, do you know what? Sometimes when you are happy, you find it difficult to even say what. I want to congratulate my honorable caucus who have taught the minority side of the House today that Ghana, in fact, that they can be proud as Ghanaians who are enjoying some level of peace.
There is a point of order from the acting secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker in the House. I respond to Adam Usman, Youth MP for Ashaiman constituency, and acting second deputy speaker of this Agorsor House. Mr. Speaker, I believe what the majority leader is saying right now, the congratulation message and everything, he has already done it in his closing remarks. This is just an opportunity for you to move a motion for adjournment. So I don't see why you prolong this issue.
Thank you very much, acting second deputy speaker. Points of order occurred. Majority leader, please move motion for adjournment. You have already concluded the debate.
Thank you very much. You know, in pains, you can do whatever. I hereby move the motion that the House is adjourned to the next sitting. Thank you very much.
Seconder, Deputy Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before I second the motion for adjournment, I want to draw attention to Order 94 of our standing orders. That is page 30, Order 94. And I read, when a question has been put by Mr. Speaker at the conclusion of a debate, the vote shall be taken by voice vote, provided that the Speaker may, in his discretion, instead of declaring a result on the voice vote, call for head count. A member may call for that is B.
Honorable, please hold on. Point of order by the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honorable member should go straight and second the motion for the House to be adjourned. Whatever he would want to teach his caucus about should be done at
You must also learn it. You must also learn it. You must learn it.
Mr. Speaker,
you are on
these are out of records. And as members of...
Let me rule on the point of order.
Okay.
Just as I believe that the first rule, when you are giving congratulation message, that same fairness will have to be extended. So point of order.
Mr. Speaker, you may be seen unfair to the House because when you put the voice vote...
Honourable member, let me remind you that the issue was raised by your caucus and I put the question again. So, as a matter of fact, if you want to go by the standing orders, I only have put the question because your caucus is not even properly called for.
Mr. Speaker, you are being unfair to the minority side, in my view.
Yes.
Because when you put the question for the first time, we call for a head count.
Yes. Before we
You decline the head count and put the voice vote again.
And we won again.
And we won. Even per our numbers here, we are more than them.
We have won.
We are more than them. So I just want to draw attention that we do the right thing. We do the right thing by going according to the standing orders order 94 clause B, so that we can second the motion for adjournment.
Honourable members, may I plead that?
No.
Honourable members, please listen to me. We are not even in the best moments to spend more time here.
Yes.
Also,
Yes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
We have all the time.
I can't even see your international sign because
We
the
have
whole
to.
place is dark. The whole place is dark.
No, don't worry, Mr. Speaker, I'm here for you.
Is it a light?
Yeah, it is light. Don't worry, we are here for them.
Honourable members, this is not even a plenary objection. The motion has been moved and it ought to be seconded.
It's because we have Mr. Speaker, my side will not support the motion. My side will not support the motion if the right thing is not done.
So, honourable member, you have to second. If you fail to second, raise the plenary objection. You have not raised the plenary objection. The motion has been moved, it ought to be seconded. Until it is seconded, anything being said is out of context. Seconder.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. When we second, it means that I've agreed that the district. So we will not, because we raised this matter even before you even call for motion.
So please raise a plenary objection that we move back to item 16 to do the info.
Yes.
That is the objection you have to raise. Yes. So please raise the plenary objection so that I can disqualify the motion for us to go back. Because we have moved ahead. That is how the procedure is. We are all learning, okay? So please, if you want second, then you raise an objection, a plenary objection. Yes, let's hear from you. Who is speaking?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next amendment is also a minority leader, Akim.
Yes, honorable.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Thank you. Our side of the House, we are not satisfied by the ruling per order 6, per item 16 on the order paper. Therefore, we are asking that we go by head count.
Honorable, you have to raise a plenary objection for me to disqualify the adjournment motion before we can go back. Okay, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, why are we wasting time here? A motion has been moved. Second the motion and let's go home. You are refused. Now, do the right thing that is supposed to be done for a reversal of the motion. You have refused. So why are you wasting time here? Mr. Speaker, to make it known to the other side of the House that my caucus, we are not ready to waste much time here. A decision has already been taken on the motion.
Decision has not been taken.
And we want to make it clear that if they refuse to second the motion, we are tired and we are going home.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kentle.
Please, before my honorable member here, my name is Kentle Elizabeth Mante, Domi Agbobli constituency, youth MP. Before my honorable continues to move the motion, I don't know why our deputy majority has removed his gown. Why? First deputy. I don't know why when we have not left the chamber, when we have not Because I don't know. He accepted to be in the seat. And so you should know how hot the court is before accepting.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The proceeding has yes. Second to the motion. Second to the motion. Honorable Akim,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respond to Adamu's one. Youth MP for Ashama constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise to raise a preliminary objection to your earlier ruling. Pursuant to item 16. Mr. Speaker, I would like us to go back for the right things to be done. So the House may proceed in peace. Thank you.
Honourable members, a preliminary objection has been raised to disqualify adjournment for us to properly finish up item 16. Therefore, the objection has been upheld. Adjournment motion hereby disqualified. Moving back to item 16, I have put the question 2 times. Minority, what is your indication? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Agorsor, acting minority leader. Our indication that we want head count.
Yes. Thank you very much. Majority leader.
Alright, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I write to tell you good night as we meet the next meeting.
Disrespect. Mr. Speaker, we can hear you. Wait.
Honourable members, please. A walkout is all part of Honourable members, for them walking out does not mean we will not proceed with business. Honourable members, you have called for a head count. I will now call on the clerks to count the votes. The motion has been moved and seconded that this House adopt the motion that Ghana's 66 years of independence since 1957, the pursuit of independence has been a worthwhile endeavor. Honourable members, all in favor, please raise, stand up, and remain standing. Okay, please, the clerk, please count them. Okay, we have counted. All not in favor. All in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Okay, not in favor of the motion.
Come on, I can count. Don't be there. Oh no, you come and count yourself, baby. Are you coming back?
Voting has ended. Honourable members, at the end of the head count, all in favor, 1 vote. Not in favor, 18 votes. Therefore, the nays have it.
I told you that. Okay.
Honourable members, we move to item 17.
Yes.
Motion for adjournment.
Yes.
Can someone move the motion?
Mr. Speaker, I want to, even though the other side is not here, I want to send a caution to them that if they fail to cooperate with us, this is what we will continue to do. So far as we have the numbers and they don't have, this is what we will continue to do. Therefore, I continue to move the motion for adjournment.
Thank you very much. Second, yes, let's the leader is speaking. Honourable Kentle.
Okay, Kentle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in the House. My name is Kentle, Youth MP for the Agbobli constituency. I rise to second the motion moved by my honourable member.
Thank you, Leader. Do you have any other remarks before we? Okay. Honourable, motion moved and seconded for this House to adjourn to the 3rd sitting in October. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Not in favor, say nay. Honourable members, The ayes have it, the motion carries. Therefore, this house will now stand adjourned to our sitting in October. Stop the video.